Hello, Twitch. Oh. Hello, Twitch.
Come on, Mike. There we go. Hello, Twitch. How we doing? Happy. Hopefully everyone's having a lovely start to their days. Happy morning to everyone. I don't normally get to say morning to anyone but Catalina, but happy morning to everyone. It's morning. Want to thank everyone for those right off the bat early subs. Thank you for those. Welcome in, everyone. Let's make some coffee. Let's maybe not zoom that much. Yeah. So we got a new layout. Some of the camera scenes may seem somewhat similar, but everything's been redone. Everything. 15-some scenes. New sources for everything. We got a new logo down on the bottom over here. Yeah. I've been spending some time on this off streaming hours. So hopefully everyone's okay with the changes in the new layout. Like to hear everyone's thoughts. I'll keep the coffee over here. Anyone wanting to see past streams can now type !past. Or if anyone wants to see the current stream stats, who's been donating and all that good stuff, !stats. We'll keep them off of the screen for a good portion of the time, but if anyone wants to see anything, or they're there. Unlike my scale being turned on. Why didn't that work? I think it should have worked. It's just being timed out by something else right now. It'll pop up in a moment, Buns. Thank you, Miss Lisa Face. Merlin. This is actually my first coffee of the day. Been running around like a chicken without its head all morning without any caffeine. Like, what didn't I get right? What didn't I do before stream? What didn't I defrost? Working on defrosting that pork butt. I keep saying pork shoulder, I think, and stuff. This is a pork butt. There's not a huge difference between pork shoulder and pork butt. There is a difference. They're essentially just the two parts of the front part of a pig. The part with the arm and the part that's above that. We're going to be using the butt, which is more the shoulder. It doesn't have that arm on it at all. No, actually, it's sort of an interesting story, Merlin. The term pork butt has nothing to do with the anatomical term butt. It has to do with the fact that they used to be the cheapest and least desirable part of a pork, or out of a pig. And so they would seal them in giant casks, like for transport, in butts, in the size cask, wooden cask, was a butt. And so they got the term from being shipped in these containers being the least desirable cut. They put all sorts of stuff in them. It wasn't just the shoulder that would be in them, but the shoulder was the most common piece to find in there. It was commonly shipped in these, and so it became the pork butt. I mean, it's not very, I mean, it's just what I've read at the same time, too. So, I mean, it's not much more truthful of a possibility explanation than it was the biggest, whitest part. And charge the batteries on this whip again. It's starting to get a little weak. Happy Friday, everyone. Wow, I gotta keep it a little lower for that. Welcome in, everyone. Happy to see you in here. So let's get started with some roasting. Let's get started with our stocks. I've already got the oven preheated to 450 degrees to do our bone roasting. So get a pan, some parchment. And we'll start dealing with old chicken bones. These ought to give us some interesting flavor. Got a carcass here that's it's been in the freezer for a minute, and it's gotten some freezer burn. Thank you for that resub, Lexi. Welcome, man. You got 3 or 4 chicken carcasses here. Actually, maybe 5. I'm just sort of cramming them all on one tray tonight. Tonight. This morning. Do have Stream Raiders going. It's looking a little lonely out there. I'm the only one in Stream Raiders right now. Where is everyone? Well, we're roasting them mostly. Get some nice color on them. We're trying to get some Maillard reaction. We're trying to get some of that flavor for putting that into our stock. And so it's sort of subjective. I've got it at 450 because I'm more interested in color than cooking these things. I could actually crank it up to 500, but I'm interested in burning them. And so I'm going to give them at least 30 minutes like that. And we're going almost directly. Some of this is still probably frozen, even though it's not really looking that way. Why is Dinner Command not running tonight? There, I just forced its hand. Not sure why Dinner Command isn't working off of chat right now. Like I said the other day, I switched this to a different bot from the way I used to use it. So, there may be weird conflicts or something. I don't know. Oh, looks like I gotta shorten that one. The stats are looking somewhat okay. Bun Bun's name is just too long. So while we're waiting on that, what's next? So we got that in the oven. Let's set a timer for that so I don't forget it and leave it in there all night. Thank you, Merlin. I was going to get into stuff for the pork, but I think we're going to prep some veggies. I think we're going to cut some veggies. Tops are perfectly good to use. They're just not great for stock, at least for a long time cooking, so we'll save these for towards the end, like some of the other greens. Thank you, Miss Lisa Face. I might just, well, let's quarter them. Put that up there. We're gonna need 2 trays. Half on one, half on the other. Skin and all. So we're using this for stock. The skin is, if you think about it, it's just dried onion. And so it's going to do nothing but give you some extra flavor. And it's also great for adding lots of color. You want to get that nice golden brown stock? Use onion peels. So be careful if you're cutting an onion with the skin, because it does, like, the knives do like to slip a bit more against the skin. If you got a sharp knife, it's a sharp knife, but most people don't use sharp knives. The sad truth, I think, I found. Don't care about skin in my stock, but I am trying to get rid of the stickers. Nice, Elfie. How you been, Elfie? Been a minute. Happy to see you back. Yay, 2 units. We gonna survive, chat? Are we gonna make it through our first battle today? Or are we gonna lose the first battle of our new theme? Hey, camera, over here. Over here. Laundry day. Oh, boo. We're gonna have to give that another shot. Wait, what is swords and sweetery? Sweetery? What? Hey, you don't have to be clean if it's a dirty pile. No quests for me yet. I don't got any money to do my upgrade. Oh, I do have money to do my upgrade. Nice. Still not there. Still need that. Here's one for you to think about, chat. Let's start a poll for this one, actually. We got any other options here? We got any blue chests out here? Nope. Let's start a 5-minute poll there. We going after the green chest or are we going after the gold chest? Right now we have the choice. Back to cutting. Back to chopping. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I don't pile laundry after it's been cleaned. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that essentially, like, folds directly out of the dryer. I'll fold stuff direct, like, you can see my dryer right over here. This is where my washer and dryer is. I essentially fold everything right there that I'm going to fold, whether it's towels or undies or whatever. But anything that's not, I just fold over, I just throw over the doors. And so it's folded or ready to be hung straight out of the dryer. That sounds like an alternative tactic I might take. Throw it on the bed so you have to deal with it before you can go to sleep. That sounds like a Jason tactic. We got some big boy leaks here tonight. This morning. It's morning, not night. However, at the same time, Wow, these are big boy leaks. They're not very good quality leaks. I'm noticing it as I chopped into it. I didn't look at it previously. This is actually a leak that you don't want that I'm using tonight. Both of these. Do you see that nice solid core there? That nice solid core right there. Same thing with this one right here. You want to avoid this. You don't want that. Because that means that this is starting to flower, or it's trying to flower. And so that one's relatively small at this point. This one's getting up there in diameter. You want the nice, typically when you're eating leeks, you want the nice soft leaves. And so this core, it'll be okay for stock, but it doesn't have near the flavor, and it's like solid. It's like chewing on wood compared to the leaves. So this one's being sold a little past its prime. But see, now my mess up you get to learn from. You can see that, like, if you're doing this leaks for something you want to use, that's just wasted money you paid weight for. This side's even thicker. Like, you paid some money for that weight. You see, I have that problem too, Buns, about the whole sleeping, I put things on my bed so I don't go to bed. Yeah, my solution to that is typically I fall asleep on the recliner. Which is not common for me. I'm not a big recliner sleeper dude. Why does it have to open a separate Twitch? You need to learn how to code. The Stream Manager, anyone that's familiar with streaming on Twitch, we have a website window that's, like our management window. And that was what I used to set the poll. And you can create a whole poll. You can do everything you want as far as a poll or anything like that in that same window. But as soon as you go to look at the results, it's got to open a new window. It's like, dealing with things like that when you're streaming is such a pain in the, like, why can't you just do it all on the same screen? Ooh, it's a doggy. Took me a minute to recognize what that emote was. Doggy. Salmon burger for breakfast? Banjo. Good boy, Banjo. Sorry, Bun Buns, I can't talk. Alright, so we got our veggies done. That didn't even take me 30 minutes. That didn't even take me 15 minutes. So we got leeks, onions, carrots, celery, and fennel here for both our what's going to be chicken and what's going to be roasted vegetable stocks. Got another 8 minutes on our chicken in the oven. We got our pork butt still defrosting here in the water. Leek and onion soup. I don't know that I've had leek and onion soup. I have a great distaste for vichyssoise, which is leek and potato soup. That is mostly due to bad memories from college. Now that would be something we could just... I saw a thing the other day where a dude in Japan's actually working on a like wearable box that does like programmable sense for with AI. Imagine if you could pipe, I could get chat watching AI. We could pipe the smells directly to you from my kitchen. That'd be pretty awesome. But I think it was just like essential oils or something, whatever the dude was doing. It was only like maybe 10 different like combos that they could do for that. And the problem with scents is there are so many of them. Like how many different scent reactors we have and how many different scents we can detect. And we're not even good at smelling. Debating how I want to for our roast tonight. Where the heck is that? Uh-oh. Where's my pan? Oh, it's hidden down here. Okay, we can get that a little bit later. Debating how I want to go about the pork shoulder. Or the pork butt. This pork butt. It's a pork butt. I am going to be roasting it whole, but I was debating whether I wanted to use like a rack underneath. If I want to go with a sheet pan rack. If I want to put some, I got some old potatoes that are sprouting. I could use the potatoes underneath it. I think I'm going to go with a sheet pan with a rack. I think I'm not going to use that pan down there. Pretty happy with the fat cap on this too. I didn't butcher it too bad. I do want to get these stocks and the pork roasting before I break into making breakfast here. That'll get a lot of stuff out of the way and situated. I will be right back, folks. I'm going to walk in the back of a moment. Happy Friday. Debating other potential ideas for things that I can do tonight. There is one item that I didn't get yesterday. I procrastinated on buying it on Wednesday because I wanted to buy it fresh. And buying it fresh, I actually went out and looked yesterday. I didn't find anything I liked. But I was planning on doing a whole bunch of strawberry stuff today too. I was planning to do a strawberry tart and use the strawberries with the brioche. Yeah. So maybe that'll be something to do in the future here. I don't have much in the way of fruit, though. Awesome, Miss Lisa Face. Thank you for joining in for a little while. I hope you enjoy your meeting. As much as someone can enjoy a meeting. Does anyone enjoy meetings? Ugh. Open that window up while it's still cold outside in the morning. I'm sitting here sweating. It's because the house is hot because I got the oven on. Oh, you got another one. So now it's not just Hanks and what's his name from Jurassic Park? You got Leo too, huh? Let's see here. We're just giving it a couple minutes here for roasting to finish up. Make a few posts on Discordian here. Aw, Alfie, what's wrong? It's just not letting you place anything tonight? Or you have questions about Stream Raiders that are plaguing you? 5 ever in a week to load? Okay. Well, we're not getting a ton of people in there today, so there may be issues across the way. I mean, normally we get at least like 3 or 4 people that are like ghost players. Don't have those today. It is a new theme, it is a new setup. Healthy. Oh, no. No crashing. We don't want crashing. No crashing. Streaming has made me realize the rate that I drink coffee is actually very regular. Like, my 16-ounce coffee tends to last me about 90 minutes on stream on regular. It's a lot of caffeine over not having caffeine. It's not a lot of caffeine compared to what people drink these days. Something like 90% of the population of Earth is addicted to caffeine, which is really sort of strange considering that's a much higher percentage than people that actually have bathrooms or know how to read. Uh-oh. 3, 2, 1. Now it doesn't want to let me start the game. Guess Streamiversary messing up for everyone. Now we're moving in slow motion here. What game do you find, Bun Buns? Victory. We got 25 cupcakes. I clicked open. That's our chicken ready to come out of the oven. Well, this is working well. Let's see if we got anything down here in Stream Raiders on the Discord. Yep. Looking at the Stream Raiders Discord, it looks like their servers are likely on fire at the moment. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to other stuff until that wants to work for us. We need some water. But I don't want this water that I've gotten all sorts of other stuff into when I was dehydrating or defrosting my pork. What have I done with my... I would. I would. That sink's just being disgusting today. Cheers, folks. They certainly are doing lots with sparkled water these days. But then again, I think it's more them just being able to fudge numbers on stuff than it really just being pure sparkling water. It's like they say for salt, you know, it's 99.9% the same depending, regardless of what type of salt you got, but they taste different. They're just doing that with sparkling water now. see if I can't fix my top stats here while we're sitting here chatting. Position, size, and style. No. No. Where is width? No, we got to go even lower. That's still not cutting it off enough. Sorry, Buns, I'm shortening your name. Yeah, there we go. Now everything fits in the screen up there. We got the Bun's name not cutting off Will Pokers. Still trying to reload Stream Raiders. Let's get our chicken out of the oven here. Throw some water into our left stove. There we have roasty toasty chicken. We just wanted some of that good color. Give that color to our stock. You can see the difference here. This is the stuff that got freezer burned. And this is the stuff that stayed a bit fresher looking. So I mean, it looks like it physically looks like it's older from the freezer burn. Oh yeah, Alfie. Just leaving things in the freezer for long periods, they still age. They just do it slower. I poured some of the drippings in there. I'm not going to be super careful. I mean, most of the drippings are going to be fat, which I'm then going to have to strain off the top of the stock. So you're probably going to get some flavor from it. Like the little bits and stuff that are suspended in it will hopefully work their way to the stock. But the oil itself is not helping me. It's just sort of like adding work later on to myself. So I would say drippings is sort of a personal call. But I already have some things in here. I already have some things that other people normally skip with their stocks. And that's because I don't worry about it with chicken. Like, I'll throw the skin in here, I'll throw the fat in here when it's chicken. Because there's only so much of it, and it's relatively easy to pull off. And you're not going to get as many of the impurities and nasty stuff that you get in larger, older animals. The longer an animal lives, the more it has to build up nasty stuff in it. So with chicken, I worry less about that, and I just throw it all in there and skim it off and go for it. If this was pork, if this was beef, lamb, goat, veal, I would be avoiding fats. I would be avoiding any type of skin. So that's how I go about it with chicken. Let's get a flame going underneath that water. I keep trying to reload Stream Raiders, and it keeps telling me to grab the update. I don't think there's going to be an update, but we'll see. I hope you enjoy lunch, Bun Buns. Yep, still reloading Stream Raiders. Some of the GIFs they're posting on Stream Raiders for the program being down are quite hilarious. Turkey. Welcome in, Ja. Turkey is inexpensive, lean, It's sort of like, you want protein, you want to eat an animal, turkey. It's cheap. Same thing, turkey. You can dress it up anyway. I mean, it's a rather plain meat too, so you can go sweet, you can go savory, you can change it up every day of the week. Turkey burgers too. I was just talking, he was suggesting lunch meats, deli meats. I'm currently refilling the sink here to continue defrosting this pork butt. But now we got our chicken stock rolling, and we got our veggies here. Let's throw our veggies in the oven. Let's turn the oven back on here. Let's throw all of our veggies for our stocks down in this oven. Yeah, that's how I actually got started into this whole weekly routine, which led to me eventually streaming. Is I used to work line kitchens all the time when I first started in cooking, and long hours, constant work, no time at home. Basically, you're sleeping at home. You don't do anything else at home really. You come home to do laundry and sleep. What I used to do for that was you would have 1 or 2 days out of the week where you could do other things with your life. I would still cook, but I would cook at home. And I would cook a full week's worth of meals on that day off. And whether it's slow cooker or I do all sorts of things. One of my favorite things was I used to do muffalettas all the time. Which sandwiches, you're saying you're doing sandwiches. Muffaletta is a pressed sandwich, a New Orleans staple. It's and so you build it, you press it, and leave it in the fridge all week. You know, you grab a sandwich as you go. There's all sorts of meals that you can do like that, and I do a lot of them here actually on this stream because I stream 4 days a week, but most of these meals are multi-day meals. They're 2-3 day meals for me. There's lots of stuff you can do with that. Yeah, muffaletta, it's on their own bread, but it's a round bread with Italian meats. So salami, capicola, pepperoni, all of those type of sliced spicy meats. It's also got an olive relish salad, which is a little different from most other ones, but it's sort of like the whole, you get Italian sub, you get the Italian dressing. It's going to give you that same sort of flavor, and it just soaks into the bun as it's pressed. Good stuff. Good spelling on that too, Ja. I think that's actually correct. Early additions to our stock. Salt, of course, which is going to help break things down. But that's all the salt that I am adding to this stock for this entire time. That's for that whole thing of stock. We're going to fill this whole thing up with water and veggies. That's all the salt we're adding there. Not a lot of salt. You want to keep your stocks low in salt. That way you can then later reduce them for making thick sauces and stuff like that, and they won't get salty. Like, it's one of those, add the salt later, not now. You know, so keeping this low salt. And vinegar, and not from that bottle. Well, from this bottle, but we got to refill this bottle. Because they're being cheap buns, how do you get the maximum flavor out of something? You add tons of salt. Preservatives too, but it's primarily that they don't care that you're going to reduce it. They want you to taste it as it is, because they're going to have people buy it and use it as is without reducing, and they're going to be like, this doesn't taste like anything. And so they're maximizing out the flavor for as it is, even though it may ruin buy in bulk. Yep. I might add a splash of vinegar in here too. That was, I don't know, maybe a half tablespoon. I certainly don't subscribe to the Western price mentality when it comes to stocks. Which, those people out there all touting bone broth and all the health benefits of having bone broth, there's actually studies out there now saying that too much collagen is not actually a good thing. But those people that are after the bone broth, that stuff that's gonna, you know, they're old and they're weak and it's gonna make them strong again. They're following Western Price, which is an old doctor, like 100+ years ago doctor, who advocated adding the recipe that they have for his stuff is a cup, is a cup or a quarter cup? Regardless, it's a ridiculous amount of vinegar with their bones. And it's with the mentality that, yeah, bone acid's gonna break down things in the bones. But that's what the heat's for. The acid is just, you're just adding a ton of acid into that. It's something like I can't remember if it's a quarter cup or a whole cup per pound of beef bones. It's a ridiculously high amount of vinegar. And I used to get people, when I was doing it for my business, come in and ask me how much vinegar you put in your stuff all the time. And think about it. Yeah, that vinegar is going to be in there, but that heat's going to break down that vinegar. The reason I added vinegar to that has nothing to do with the bones at all. The reason I added vinegar is the vinegar is going to cook. It's going to break down into umami flavors. And so it's going to give us greater depth. Adding a whole bunch of vinegar in there to dissolve the bones, first off, you're not going to cook it long enough. But second of all, the heat's going to destroy the acid. It's going to neutralize what it's doing. It just doesn't make sense. But I had to sit there and try and explain it to people over and over and over. It was one of the pet peeves of my business, is people come and ask me stuff about Weston Price. Ugh. Let me quick look it up here. Interesting. How weird. I wonder if it's a local thing. Like, for here, it only has a half cup for 4 pounds. That seems low from what I have seen in writing from this, and this is from Weston Price. This is from westonprice.org. They got vinegar and fish stock. What? They just love vinegar. How long do they cook the fish stock? Are you kidding me? Chicken stock or fish stock. Fish stock. This is a 30-minute process. 4 hours, or at least as 20 or as long as 24 hours. Like, this is, you're done here normally. 4 hours to 24 hours? That's just wrong. Fish stock is something that is very easy to do, but it's a very quick, like I was saying, it's a 30-minute thing. It doesn't take long. I mean, they live in water. It doesn't take much for water to extract the flavor out of them. Yeah. I didn't set a timer for my veggies. We haven't done a battle. Well, battles aren't running, so I can't I can't use battles as my secret way of keeping track of time. Oh, those are fine. Let's give Stream Raiders another shot here. Let's see if it's going to reload. Nope. So what's everyone think? Do you think it was a good decision to get rid of the dinner menu thingy up here? The overlay with all that stuff? I felt like it, at least when I was starting streaming, was good getting people to know, you know, hey, dinner command and stuff like that. That is, if the dinner command wants to actually work tonight. Oh, hey, it does work occasionally. Of course, at the same time, if I... Oh, I did. Okay. almost to a simmer here in the back. For me, fish stocks, well, the thing with fish stocks is because they are so quick, many times fish stocks are just rolled into the actual dish that they're making, like bouillabaisse or anything along that line. You know, it's sort of like the beginning of the recipe is making the stock, but and actually I wouldn't think that fish stocks are hugely... I gotta take back. I don't know. Beyond stereotypical Japanese cuisine, I don't know what they're actually eating. Yep. Well, the dinner command occasionally plays on its own. We now have people hang out and chat that may be able to help out with that too. I also switched down here to the 37 out of 58, which 58 is my current all-time. Welcome in, Teabaggins. Happy Friday morning to you. Thank you for joining in for my Streamiversary stream. We're sort of hanging out right now. We got veggies hanging out in the 450 degree oven for both of our stocks. On the screen here you have just the chicken bones and water just getting started for the chicken stock. We got some other goodies here for later in the stock. And I've been sort of procrastinating on getting started with other stuff like breakfast so far. Stream Raiders is giving us issues this morning. The game seems to be down. It looks like that's the case for everyone looking at the Stream Raiders Discord. Ooh, that's what I remember. Oh no, it's over there now. Everyone's voting for zucchini this week. Thank you, Teabaggins. What's new and happening in everyone else's lives here on this lovely Friday? I was sort of hopeful we had some Stream Raiders here. This is sort of a frustration that they're down this morning. This is like the first time the game has been down for me for playing. Let's get our pork ready. I think this is ready to go in the get going with our roasted pork dish. Are we gonna use? No, I'm not gonna use that. Might use the rack for that though. Let's give that rack clean off. You Entropy.
Happy 3 years, Chef.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully you're having a lovely time, Entropy. Greatly appreciate you hanging out in stream. Skipping the veggies underneath. Drain out the sink. What all we putting on this bad boy? Yeah, let's not use a small little bowl for this. Let's properly mix this. Yeesh. About a quarter cup of brown sugar. Bit of kosher salt rather than pouring it out of my... That was like a cup of salt. Brown sugar and salt. And lots of black pepper. My arm's getting tired. And why not? Garlic powder. Real light with the mustard, just enough to get things to stick to it. So that's well coated. Not super complicated with our flavors there. Just some salt, pepper, and garlic, a little bit of mustard. A little bit of sugar. And I didn't use all of it. I used what I thought I needed. I very purposely pulled away some from the divots and stuff like that where it could settle. We just want a nice light coating over the whole thing. That way it cooks nicely and we don't end up with like pool of salt. I'm now going to wait until the veggies come out of the oven. But until then, once the veggies are out, this is going in at 250 degrees and it's just gonna sit there for hours. We're gonna roast this for about 8 hours in that oven. And dropping that temp down from 450 to 250 now. And take our first batch of veggies out here. As you can see, I didn't get a ton of color on these. This was more about starting them off and getting them going. A lot of people will just saute their veggies instead. And while I'm not getting a ton of color on these, even just that little bit is going to change things here. For the better, in my opinion. Well, at least the stuff I didn't get on the floor just now. Hey Kirby, welcome in. Thank you. And we'll throw this other pan of veggies into this one where we're going to be making veggie stock. Veggie stock can be a very quick one. I'm going to give this more cooked time than that, but this is one that you can do in 30 minutes to an hour versus long cooking for breaking down bones and marrow. Hopefully you're having a great week, Kirby. Happy to see you in here. Did you finish up your I saw you were working on I think it was a Star Wars based diorama or playing field for D&D. Nice. Yeah, I saw those are coming out quite nice. Stream Raiders, why won't you come back to me? Why can't we do Stream Raiders tonight? Nice. What are you doing to weather them up? Are you just gonna splatter them with some random paint, or? I would think you're probably going for a desert theme. It is. Stream Raiders is not working for anyone right now. It keeps saying that we have a battle in progress, but we finished the battle. I just haven't gotten to the stats yet. So now that we got all these veggies in the pots, now we got to fill them up with water. Crime streaks. Ooh, I didn't realize what a mess I made over here. I didn't do a very good job of getting everything in the pot. It's a good thing I just cleaned this stovetop, so I'm not worried about any of it getting contaminated. Just a little pork on the cutting board tonight. It's about as high as I'm willing to go with the water. I don't know, do you think I can maybe fit some more in there? Or is it about to overflow for you guys too? Reload, Stream Raiders. Work for me, Stream Raiders, please. Fix it, please. Oh, hey! We already won this battle, but let's give it a second try. Victory. Bun's getting those scrolls. We're going towards the gold chest. We voted on that in chat. We're going towards gold. Where the heck do I put my army? I think we go down here. We'll move as a group from there. I'll do a haste spell on us. Wow. There we go. So now we got Stream Raiders back to working. No quests. No quest. Army's all upgraded. Back to the campaign. Add our seasoning over to this one too. Hefty pinch of salt. Splash of vinegar. And fill her up to the top. And now we're gonna have to do a little cleanup. let's throw our... Before we do cleanup, though, let's throw our lovely pork shoulder in the oven. Set that 8-hour timer. Actually, we want to see if we can fit that on the bottom one. Eight hours. Not quite the cleaning. I lied. We need to do some more cooking before we do cleaning. A little more cooking. Onion peels just go in the stocks tonight. Now we're gonna have to do a little digging. I'm gonna go into my freezer, grab some bacon. And I'm back. I got the bacon. It was easy, it was right on top. So we got jalapeno and onion. Let's do a little garlic. Oh, that's a lovely photo there, camera. And down here. Focus, you fuck. Okay. What else are we putting in here? We're definitely going to need some salt in here. Definitely going to need some MSG in there. Definitely going to want some pepper in there. Anyone figured out what I'm making yet? The crock on the counter is a big, big giveaway. The fact I needed bacon was a giveaway too. Do a little smoked paprika. A little cayenne. We don't want this too spicy though. Just a little hit. Do I put cumin in this? That was regular paprika, not the smoked stuff. I think I'm gonna put a touch of chili and a touch of cinnamon, actually. Ooh, that was maybe heavy on the cinnamon. And then we need I think we'll leave it with the spices there. Enjoy, Elfie. And I'm just using the edge of my sink to drain out our cans of beans, hopefully without them all dropping into the sink. He says as they drop in the sink. Okay, you want to be complicated, beans, let's be complicated. I'll get out the strainer. And I'm going to give them a rinse since we're going to strain them this way. Why not? So now we're waiting on bacon to defrost. Little maple syrup action. Use the cheaper stuff. Wow. Maple syrup and bourbon. Jalapenos and red onion. Beans. And bacon. Hopefully this bacon defrosts in some worthwhile time period here. Should have gotten that out first thing this morning. I defrosted everything else. I just forgot the bacon. Beans are clogging up my drain. I got too many beans in my sink. Need bacon. We're right on the edge of both of these. Well, I filled them up to the point that they're basically overflowing. Now they're getting to the point where they want to overflow. Not quite overflowing, though. They're just trying to. Yeah, I don't want that on the stove all day. Where am I going to hide that? Ooh, battle. To war. Ooh, this is different. Why, hello there, oil and fire. Let's finish our victory. Victory. Cluer, getting those kills and assists. Akira Toyota, getting those rewards, and myself. Sorry I got distracted by Mr. Bot there a moment. Continuing on to the gold test. Oops. We'll see what we get here in 30 minutes of Stream Raiders. Back to the stove and me trying to start fires and fun stuff. Well, what happened and everyone missed there during Stream Raiders, and why I'm paying a little more attention to the pot right now, is if you consider what's going on here, the tops of these have got nothing but oil on them because all the oil comes to the surface. And so if it overflows, it's going to be the oil that overflows, not the water. Well, some water will, but it's going to make a lot of noise. But because of that oil, I actually got some flare-ups from that. Now, it's obviously not going to catch anything on fire because this is 90% water, but that little bit of fat is just enough to cause all sorts of other issues. So I did pull a little liquid off of this one. We'll hope that fixes it for a little while. This one I'm less worried about because there's not really any fat to it. The veggie one, I was pointing to it, but after looking at the screen, you couldn't see what I was pointing at. This one's still sizzling because it still had some liquid down there with it. Oh, this one's sizzling. This one's going over the edge now. There we go. So once we get some bacon going, we can get these beans in the oven too. My first time making my beans in my bean crock. Bean crock. Hey, well, poker. Sizzling will just keep everyone on their toes. Oh, just cook stuff. Put boiling over. Trying to make a point for the bubbling to come through the top. Because additionally, with all the fat up here, all the veggies that haven't completely cooked through, even though I roasted them, they're not completely cooked through, they're going to float to the top until and they create like a raft. If anyone's made a consomme, they make like a raft. There's nowhere for the bubbles to go. So you make a place for the bubbles to go. Almost there on the bacon. Ooh. There's a thought. I don't know if I want to do that to my coleslaw, though. Tempted by the thought of putting some bacon in my coleslaw dressing. I think we got enough meat going with everything else, though. So... I'm going with it. It's still partially frozen, I think. But we can chop it up. Hey, Hazeltari. How you been? And thank you. I'm chopping up some bacon. That is semi-defrosted, semi-frozen. We got some stocks on the stove. We got a whole pork butt in the freezer. Or, not in the freezer, in the oven. Just slow cooking at 250. Well, how's Spain? That sounds like a fun change. I have not met many people who did not love hanging out in Spain. We also got a new layout here tonight, Hazel. You notice we got a new logo in the corner. And I've gotten rid of the big overlay starting today with the Streamiversary. Just a whole new layout. Increased the video size. Oh, quiet stock. Okay, I think that's enough bacon for our beans. That I am, Hazel. Planning on doing, well, I'm planning on taking a couple breaks here. We're coming up on my first and only real planned break. But we got a little while before that still. We can get these beans in the oven. I gotta make some breakfast. I'm gonna go and enjoy my breakfast off stream while the stock's cook and all that goodness. Alright, so we got our beans, bacon, red onion, garlic, seasonings, a little maple syrup, a little bourbon. And we'll try and fit that all in the bowl. I maybe should have done the last can of beans with this. Oh well. This is one of my pork stock cubes. I'll put some pork stock in there. I'm gonna add about a cup of water. This is gonna be hopefully a classical style baked bean. Granted, I'm using canned beans. The idea is this is now going to go in the oven just like that for hours. So we got beans, onions, garlic, a little pork stock, some seasoning, maple syrup, bourbon, home cured bacon, and that's gonna go in to the oven with our pork butt at 250 degrees, and we're just gonna allow that to cook. And we're gonna allow it to cook for at least 6 hours like this. You got that pork butt down there. Actually give you a bigger view of that. We got that pork butt down there hidden underneath that. Pork butt's coated in brown sugar, salt, pepper, garlic, and a light coating of mayo just to get it all stick to the outside. That's going to be cooking in that oven at 250 for 8 hours. It's already got an hour in there almost. 45 minutes or so. And so that's going to be dinner. Gonna do some coleslaw along with that and some flatbread a little bit later. Excuse me. Getting the hiccups here. Am I going to use the ears of the pigs? Ears of pigs are great for stocks. I've not used them. I've not used them for any other real. I've eaten pig ears. I haven't added them in beans. I can see them maybe going in with the beans. I'm sure they got tons of flavor. They're essentially just pure cartilage with skin. You can get someone who does them wrong and they end up really crunchy, and or you can get someone that does them properly and allows them to cook slowly and they just become deliciousness. Nope, it's going to turn most liquids blue. Welcome in, Dark Phoenix. I'm going to be using the two of them together for coleslaw tonight, so I think they work great for that. However, yeah, the purple or the blue, just about everything that you see that is purple or even red, when you dilute them, they're actually a version of blue. And so that's going to dye whatever you throw in with it. I do a pickled red slaw that uses that, and that's beautiful from the color. This, I'm not expecting it to really bleed, but it's coleslaw. It's going to be eaten up relatively quickly. But yeah, if you do a recipe with slaw where it sits in the fridge, or it sits in liquid, it's going to dye whatever it's in. There's not much you can do about that, short of just not leaving the cabbage in there. And thank you for that follow. going back to ear pigs, Hazel. It's actually one of the few parts of the pig that I don't have in my home, because I didn't get the half hog that I slaughtered earlier this year with the head. So no head, no ears. Awesome, Phoenix. Yeah, it sort of depends on what type of dressing you go with, whether I'm planning on making my own, like I'm gonna whip my own mayo to make my own mayo-based dressing. A lot of people have a problem with mayo as far as the coleslaw dressings. I sort of like it, but I can respect that. So a lot of people do vinegar-based coleslaws, and I was mentioned before, I have a recipe for a red coleslaw that I've done several times. That's a pickled version. That's when you're going to get a lot of that dye seeping out from the red. With the mayo, I don't know that it's really going to seep out much at all, because it's more of a fat than a... I would guess it's probably a water thing. It's probably because the fat it's not probably fat, what do you call it, soluble? There's just a contingent of people that I met over the years that just seem to be against mayo and just about everything. I'm thinking of a dude named Josh that I know from college, who didn't really matter what it was. He didn't want mayo in it. He'd find some other type of recipe. He was a chef as well, so. It's an acquired taste of Americans. It's also one of the things that I learned from someone in the industry. It's actually something that a lot of people prefer somewhat rancid without even knowing it. Like how Americans like burnt coffee for the most part. They're just trained as that's what coffee is supposed to taste like. It's burnt and oily and disgusting. Same thing for mayos and many other things that people just get out of a jar instead of making themselves at home. It's just funky and we don't realize it. Okay, we're getting to that point where I need to move things around here because I'm running out of room. Yeah, I don't get the whole... I say that while I'm going to make a sweetened mayo for my coleslaw tonight. I don't get the whole salad dressing mayo beyond it just being lazy for restaurants. It's just mayo with sugar. Most times, not even good sugar. And yeah, I think it's just entirely a thing for restaurants that are going to make their own quick and easy salad dressings, you know, like the Thousand Island. You just mix your other condiments together and you got Thousand Island sort of a thing. Yeah, I don't get pre-made salad dressing. Oops. That burner still isn't fully lighting. It's starting to get there. Welcome back, Bun Buns. How was lunch? We're ready for another battle. Sweet potato burrito. Ooh. Yep, the battles are back to working. They were down for quite a while, though. We got the beans in the oven while you were gone, Bun Buns. We got the pork in the oven. We got the veggies overflowing our pots now. Thank you, Bun Buns. Oh, thank you, Hazel Tari.
Fluffy Fluffy Bun Buns 122 gifted a tier 1 sub to Hazel Tari. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Congrats, Hazel Tari, and thank you, Bun Buns, for gifting that sub. I always misread the gift subs. I'm sorry about that, folks. They just show up weird on my chat. Victory. HUD getting those assists. Hazel Tari running away with that 200 gold, though. That's a nice pickup. I'm gonna start over here this time. Sorry, Akira. I moved on ya. We'll give Akira a little help. Someone wants to join in with them over there, too. be a cutesy little lava lamp here now too, whenever someone subs or bits or any of that good stuff. So that'll be here as long as this is running. Oh, we got our back one hidden off by the past streams, previous streams. That's the one that's giving us all the sizzling noise right now. That one's bubbling over the edge there a little bit. Alright, let's make some breakfast. I haven't made breakfast myself yet. You have Bun-Bun's coming back from lunch, and I haven't made breakfast. Yep, the pots are full. There's no advantage to underfilling them. Might as well get as much as we can out of them, and it's going to do nothing but evaporate as I cook them. So I don't think I need a couple of slices of bacon with breakfast. I don't need this whole. Thank you, Clipper. Welcome in. So we'll save this for some other project in the future here. Throw the fat in the compost. Oops. Aw, Bun-Buns. That's a bummer. I've been lacking seriously on my feeders and stuff. I gotta get back on that. Making a mess here with my cast iron pans. Getting veggies and stuff in them. The message is really for someone else, and it sounds like it probably is. I honestly would probably just ignore it until someone came over there and took my stuff away. I don't know, maybe they already did that. I need some more water. I don't know the situation you got there, but yeah. Well, that's sort of the problem, Bun Buns, is they're never going to tell you yes. They can't. Because as soon as they tell you yes, it's like you were saying before. There's people that are pushing the limits. And they can't say yes to everyone. So either you don't think it's a risk and you go forward with it and maybe risk that 30-day notice. Or you don't care and you get rid of it. Talking to them I don't think is going to get you anywhere. A little oil in the pan just to get it started. Do some pan bacon tonight. With a zoom on that side now. So I can zoom on both sides of my stove now. I don't know about that one, Bun Buns. I seem to have a fair number of people in my life that seem to think I'm nuts. Thank you, Kimbra. Welcome in. Doing a little quick cleanup here in between cooking bacon and getting breakfast for myself ready. We got stocks on the stove. We've got a whole pork butt in the oven, roasting. We got a crock of beans baking away in that oven as well. Those are going to go 6-8 hours each. We got bacon. For breakfast, we're going to have bacon and French toast. Debating if I want to add an egg to that order or not. I'm not going to think these pans need a bunch of cleaning attention. They're just roasting veggies. I'm not big on heavy scrubbing when it comes to sheet pans. I don't know, maybe you noticed that or not. That's because, I mean, I'm doing nothing but really roasting in them. I'm not a person that uses them for a lot of fresh prep or anything like that. And I got a couple of nicer ones there at the bottom. So, and with the cost of sheet pans versus the amount of labor that you have to use in order to keep them nice and pretty and worth it. Just replace them when they get nasty. Your bacon and I love bacon and syrup. I don't get the people that don't do bacon and syrup. Bacon and egg yolk is almost as good. Set these over here to dry. Other than they're usually junk, no, not really. It's usually not worth your effort. I mean, you can, but unless you're getting into all the fine details and know all the details of what's going on in your BIOS. There you go, Bun Buns. Thank you for the suggestion, Kambara. Thank you for the follow. Who doesn't like a little bourbon with their breakfast? Just let me know, Bun Buns. Bit of fresh nutmegs. Now I just wish I had a nice container for doing this with. I don't know, maybe a pie tin? Maybe my best bet? Oh, I love nutmeg. More for the smell than the flavor. The smell of nutmeg is just, to me, is just... Oh. Oh. Brioche is one of those things I'd love to do on stream sometime, but it's also one of those dishes that sort of need a stand mixer to do this properly, sort of a thing. I want to get all that sugar and spice out of the bottom. I'm just over here forgetting this bacon. Just let it cook away to nothing. Nah, I want mine crispy. Crispy. Bacon and pancakes and bacon fat. It's a good one. I'm more of a I love using bacon fat to flavor things, but when you already got bacon in a dish, I don't really love using the bacon fat because it just makes the entire dish bacon to me. I personally think I'm gonna go with butter for these. That said, bacon would be rather delicious. Do you get what I mean by that? Like, it's just gonna be bacon on bacon on bacon on bacon, and even though we all love bacon, I want a little contrast. Cook bacon. I don't have any more room. I need you to finish before I can do French toast. Not sure why that one piece of bacon didn't want to crisp up like the rest of them. We'll give it another moment. Carefuling. Carefuling. I'm not exactly cleaning the pan out, I'm just trying to get most of the oil out of this. What? We should go to war. Ooh, lots of help this time. Victory. Victory. Suki getting those kills. Professor helping out with the assists on Apro. And Bun Bun's getting those scrolls. Congrats to you. Alright, what's quicker here? We got 2 battles either way to the boss, and this gives us choice of which boss. These look like these are better battles, though. Let's go with the top battles. Let's go with the hard battles. Oh, I gotta do this one first. Oops. Same place as last time here. Seems we got some baddies up here too. We'll see what we get here in 30 minutes. Let's see, we got any more quests? Let's give a quest a quick check. Nope, we're good on that too. Okay. All right, back to cooking. We're gonna be searing some French toast here. New theme. I haven't paid much attention to it yet, Bun Buns. You can tell that it didn't start off well, seeing as it was broke for the morning. And now let's add our brioche French toast into the pan. Oh, that needs to be a bit bigger flame than that. I did not, Hazel. I purchased the bread. I was actually mentioning earlier, I'd love to make brioche on stream sometime, but it's one of those breads that I need a mixer for. Like, I'm almost like, I'm not going to do enriched breads anymore until I get a mixer, because just mixing the butter or the egg into it while you're kneading it, it's just so messy that, yeah. Just want to make sure they're not sticking. Saving cupcakes for Popsicle Warrior. I'm gonna have to take a look at the skins. Babka's another one that I'd love to make on stream too. Woohoo, bonbons! I think I am going to do an egg. Just one egg. Why am I going to do just one egg? Because I do happen to have a whole nother dozen in here. But then I'd have to open it. after you soak it in egg. I can probably count the times that I've made that I've made French toast myself on my hands. It's not up there in the things that I make often. And Bun Buns, I can say that you are the reason that we're using brioche too, because you mentioned that the other day in chat, and I was like, that doesn't sound bad. I was thinking French toast mostly because I had all that stuff to get going first thing in the morning. Ooh, I got this pretty good. I was trying to do 4 slices, and this is like perfect. Well, eggs will pluff up on you. They're a leavener. People just don't typically think of them as one. Cook pancake or cook toast. Yeah, I do plan to, Bun Buns. I'm gonna take a little AFK, sit down and eat, relax. The heat's already actually getting to me today, so that'll be good. Ooh, we can save the bag. I don't know what else I'm going to use the brioche for, but might as well try and save it. Might need that, not need this last piece of butter. I was expecting to have to hit it with butter for each side, but I've been doing okay without it here. So I think I'm just going to do one more pat for the next 2 pieces of toast and then call it there. Well, I might have a weird answer. Nope, not even enough to pour over the top. Potentially. I have no idea what type of computer you're working with. Like, that's the thing with computers nowadays is they're so complicated with so nuances between generations and that, and what things you should have enabled in BIOS and what you don't. And I would imagine a vast majority of people are not running their computers at a proper speed. And yeah. I'm gonna throw these delicious looking things down in the oven, the 250 degree oven, just to keep them warm for a little bit. In there with our beans and pork. See how fast we're cooking here. Ooh. I would think you could probably do a much better product just slow roasting in an oven. You could probably get it really nice and like caramelized. See, that's the beauty that most people don't realize about ovens, is while you can slow roast all sorts of things in them, you can do all sorts of other things in them that people just don't, like along that line. Like, we don't have near enough as many recipes of things like pavlovas or things that are just like dried out very artfully. There's a lot more we could do with ovens along that line, because you can set them to just below the temp of where you want things to burn. And yeah, they'll push over it as they do. The problem with ovens is they have this with their temperature. You set this as your temperature and the actual temperature does this thing. And that's when immersion circulators are so much better, as they just stay constant, unlike an oven. But also with an oven, you can also set that temp sort of a highest point that you want it, and it's gonna not take it that much over that, so you won't heavily burn things, and you can cook them for a long ass time. That looks darker than it does. Then it should. Yeah. Nope, that's too messy. No. Oh, I forgot something. Biscotti? So yeah. Let's move this. Over here. Cool down. Let's move you back to the front burner. Only for a short period here. Heat back up there. Heat back up here a little bit. Want to get this back bubbling nicely on the stove there. And I'm going to take an AFK, folks. I'm going to take 10-15 minutes here and enjoy my... Oh, let's do our battle here first before I go nuts with the rest of this. Let's see what our French toast is like just by itself. Yeah. I think pretty good French toast. We're going to do this last battle here. I'm going to hang out and munch until our next battle, which is just over 5 minutes from now. This is how you eat French toast, right? You just grab it by the slice. No, I didn't say anything to you. But I'm happy the way that those cook too. Well, I can't show you on that screen, but the bread cooked through pretty well with these. There's some consideration for how thick you cut a slice, how much it's gonna soak up, and whether you're actually gonna cook it through. These cook through, which is actually almost a little bit of a surprise on my part because of how thick I cut them. Coffee cat. Where'd you get a coffee cat? Or actually, it's a coffee raccoon. Coffee raccoons are acceptable too. I don't know that they're as cute as cats, but definitely cute. What? You must not have them trying to get in your trash. Raccoons are incredibly intelligent. We're just learning so many animals out there in the world are actually like smarter than us. It's like you see those the short-term memory things they do with the monkeys to get a treat. You know, they can flash the numbers and they don't even have to flash all the numbers, and there's no way that I could remember some of those that they're doing on a regular basis. But raccoons are mighty smart about getting into things. Let's go to war. How weird, they've changed how the zoom works. Because there was units that weren't a part of the main screen that it was cropping. Normally it never crops any units out of the view. Interesting. Victory. Professor Chaos getting them kills. Illus Preacher helping us out with this. Hazel Atari getting a scroll for their musketeer. Let's start this next battle. Start off in the top left, or top right. Sorry. And there we go. Let's see what we got on quests. We got any quests done? 20 scrolls for my flag bearer. That was a nice pickup for a quest. Where's my flag bearer at? I thought my flag bearer was higher ranked than that. Second, yeah. Oh, just keep switching the rarity. It's supposed to be level. Yeah, it's fourth. Okay. Alright, folks. I'm going to take a AFK. I'm going to go and enjoy this plate of food. And I'll be back to do the rest of the stuff for dinner. The stocks are still going on the stove. I'll be back 10-15 minutes or so. Go to my old school commercial AFK here. And I'll hope to see you all back here in a little while.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for Movie Week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
I have for years.
But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender, quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner,
Do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
And now, from the popular comic strip Peanuts, here are Charlie Brown and his friend.
Why, thank you, Charlie Brown. Thank you, Charlie Brown.
What's the occasion? Has Charlie Brown had another baby sister?
No. Ford has new economy twins. So he's passing out chocolate cigars to everyone.
Everyone?
Yes, everyone.
You bet your boots, everyone. 'Cause it's just like they said. We've got something big to celebrate. And here it is. Ford's Economy Twins for 1960. The economy choice of a lifetime. Oh, I'll bet you've never seen a prettier twosome than this. There's the new size Ford, the Falcon. And next to it, the large economy size Ford, the Fairlane 500. You know, the 60 Fords were featured in the recent issue of Vogue magazine. And when you run your eyes over the elegant good looks of this Fairlane 500, it's sure easy to see why Vogue says Ford means a fashion success. And all this all-new beauty is yours for an all-new price. That's right. This roomier, more luxurious Fairlane 500 is actually priced a whopping $142 less than last year. And as for this pretty Falcon over here, well, just wait till you check its price sticker. It's America's lowest priced six-passenger car. In fact, it's priced up to $124 less than the other compact cars. Look them over in your Ford dealer showroom. Two new Fords, two wonderful new ways to go the finest. Ford's Economy Twins for 1960.
It's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads.
Great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
Hey, kids, look what's new. A brand new cereal just for you. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package. See? Inside, delicious, crispy, crinkly stars. And outside, a real storybook. All about Twinkles, the magic elephant. See him fly with his rotor tail. Watch him do tricks with his magic trunk. Meet Twinkle's friends, Fulton the inventor, Sanford the parrot, Wilbur the monkey, and more. Read all about their adventures on every storybook package of Twinkles. And wait till you taste those golden little stars, filled with the goodness of energy oats and corn. Remember, only Twinkles has the storybook package. Just tear the magic line and your storybook opens. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package.
Everybody needs energy-packed Sunbeam bread. Yes, it's all aboard for fun in the park, but Junior hasn't got energy enough for fun. He'd sure like to ride that horse. Hey, what's this? An energy-packed Sunbeam sandwich. You bet every delicious slice of Sunbeam bread sure does pack a big energy wallop. There's nothing like Sunbeam Energy to help you stay on the beam. Now, look at them go. On Sunbeam Energy, they sure do enjoy life. Everybody needs the kind of real zip and zing pep that delicious Sunbeam bread gives you. Yes, stay on the beam with energy-packed Sunbeam bread. All day long, eat Sunbeam bread and renew energy as you burn it up. Eat delicious Sunbeam bread.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
There's no other box of facial tissues like this. Scotty's new Magic Oval box. Only Scotty's give you tissues that float up gently, one at a time, and come out in neat handfuls too, because there's a Magic Oval inside every new Scotty's box. Only Scotty's Magic Oval can give you tissues that float up, smooth and easy. No tugging, no tearing, no extra tissues tagging along. And Scotty's Magic Oval does even more. It lets you reach in for tissues by the handful, all neatly folded, just right for pocket or purse. Scotty's new Magic Oval box is pretty too. And inside, soft, strong, sneeze-proof Scotty's. Remember, for tissues that float up smoothly and come out in neatly folded handfuls, look for Scotty's pretty new Magic Oval box, the only one of its kind.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy, ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open, simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
Off into space. Man, that takes real teamwork.
And here's a team of junior spacemen with an out-of-this-world breakfast that teams up V8 juice and Cheerios for flavor and energy. What a treat! A flavorful glassful of refreshing V8 juice and Cheerios with power protein, plus vitamin B1 for Go Power. And now, here's a special out-of-this-world free offer. This Moon Rocket Kit, both a toy and an exciting game. First, blast off. It separates in midair and lands 2 spacemen on a moon map. You get this wonderful game only through this free offer. Send your name and address and 1 V8 label plus 1 box top from these specially marked packages of Cheerios, Kix, or Frostios to Moon Rocket Kit, Mount Vernon 10, New York. Get Campbell's V8 cocktail vegetable juice with any one of these Big G cereals.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for Movie Week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
I have for years. But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real
Okay. I'm back from eating. And now you might be able to hear me. There we go. Wow, is it hot in here? Like, it is like 10 degrees hotter in this kitchen than it is in the other room next door. I'm sweating already just from standing over here again. Again, trying to get as many of those veggies that are cooked through just to fall down. Leave the stuff that's still cooking at the top. We're just leaving the veggie. You can already see how much, I mean, we've lost some obviously from them spilling over. But you can see how much this one is reduced. That isn't all from spillover. Hey, Will Poker. Hey, we could use some music, couldn't we? We get the bottom of that list? I think we hit the bottom of this list. We need a new list. Yep. Okay. Music on. We got our stocks are rolling. I think I need to do a little cleanup after doing food, all that good jazz. We got this lovely pan with the leftover butter in it. Dry that off on the back burner there. Excuse me. Okay. So those are good to sit for a while. I guess we're cutting some slaw. Oh. Uh-oh. We're taking some heavy losses here. Big grunt gonna kill us. Taking out all of our ranged. Oh. Oh, are we gonna do this? Oh, saved by Illis Preacher. Saved. Woohoo! Victory. Victory. Illis Preacher getting those kills. Professor Chaos helping us out with the assists. Honorable mentions to Tina and myself for kills there. Cud, Suki, and Hazel getting the goods. Basically putting together a two-faced army there. Bunch of ranged in the center so they can go after that and then move forward. And then some defense as those come after us. But this is, we got 2 of these to kill this time. So yeah, we need some power here, folks. And I'm probably going to be putting a damage out here rather than some sort of haste. So that's the plan. The twerking dancing thing. Back to cutting cabbage. We have very different favorite foods, Bun Buns. Sounds almost like sauerkraut. Hey! Right on time. There actually are photos out in the world. It might actually be on my website. I don't know if that is there or not. I've got all sorts of photos on my website. That's primarily what it is. But I have this crock all the way over here that's on the corner here. This 3-gallon crock. That's what that's for, Hazel. I haven't done it any time recently. Kimchi's not too bad. Yeah, I haven't reused it because, well, it's just so much. Like, I didn't go through it the first time I made it using that, and so been a little discouraged about going back. Even though there's all sorts of things I want to try fermenting that would be good for. I would love to do like caramelized onions and then ferment them. Just lacto fermenting them. Veggies bubbling a little hard for what we want, but we do want it. We want lazy boil. We want a lazy bubble on both of these stocks. And I'm gonna give the veggies on the chicken a push through again. And that's awesome right there. Where we now have a gap here where we can definitely get some bubbles coming up with without any problem. Century eggs? Yeah, I've had those. They're not horrible. They're funky. There's often a lot of like ammonia going on there. And typically it's just like a slice or a half of one with ramen or some other dish. Almost like a condiment. I had that at a very, very, very nice place. And so I don't know if what I've had is what other people have when they have a century egg. Okay, I'll brag. One of the most expensive meals that I've ever had, and one of the most impressive and incredible meals I've ever had was at Nobu. Well, not Nobu. Why would I say Nobu? Not Nobu. Why would I do that? And now I gotta look up the name because I'm thinking... Was it Benyu? Wow. I just couldn't get the other name out of my head. Benyu, which is a Michelin-starred restaurant in San Francisco. Was where I had a century egg. It's also the same place that gave me a gelled truffle consomme that was so potent and so powerful that I couldn't finish it. Hey, Ozzy. All sorts of food. Oh, hush.
Closing bell.
Oh, shut up. Probably gonna have 2 alarms later on for getting ready for my normal stream time, too. Yeah. All sorts of funky new things with the layout today. Yay, Bun Buns. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference. It's just color. Don't have that food transporter yet. And they don't have smell-o-vision yet either, unfortunately. Where were you earlier, Ozzy? I needed you. Not really, but we got a spam bot. I had to time someone out. Nice, Hazel. Nice. Wow, it almost took me 30 minutes to chop up all that cabbage. Too big even for that bowl. About that idea of sauerkraut. I would normally say no problem with that, but I think I'm going to actually take Hazel Tari's suggestion and we'll make a small batch. We'll do coleslaw, and we'll do sauerkraut. So for sauerkraut, I have to look up the amount of salt we need here. It's probably in the ballpark of 5%. Or not 5%, less than 5%. 5/10%? I don't know. 2% of the way of the cabbage. Even have tofu emotes? Okay, that's pushing it. This is stock I pulled off earlier. Just adding that back in. We'll call that close enough for weighing. 661. Ooh, our battle's ready. I don't want to... We got all sorts of people helping us out tonight. I don't want to ignore the battle. Victory. Tina getting those kills, Fateful One getting the assists. Pretty much carrying us. Jotter, Hud, and Emerja getting the scrolls there. Congrats to you. Some goodies for me too. Peppermint tank skin. Boss level. Continue with my warrior up here. I go left corner this time. Oops, someone beat me to it. Which means we need, if we got 660 grams over there, we need about that. Welcome! Thank you for that raid, Blazing Tree Terrain, or Kirby. Did you finish up all your stuff? Did you do all your weathering? And welcome back. For anyone just joining us, hello, welcome, I'm Jason. Cook here on stream normally 4 days a week. But today it's my Streamiversary. So I am doing a 12-hour stream. I started at 8 this morning for myself. And I'm planning to go until about 8 o'clock tonight. I'm currently mixing some salt with cabbage to make a little sauerkraut, because I just have way too much cabbage to just make coleslaw. So we got some sauerkraut here in the works, and I'm just working in 2% by weight salt with our cabbage, and I'll get this packed into a mason jar. If I can find an open mason jar that's large. I need to refill my salt. So along with the coleslaw and sauerkraut on the stove back here, up above me here on the stove, we've got chicken stock and roasted vegetable stock. The roasted vegetable stock, I'm actually going to cut the heat on now. That's done enough time cooking, and I've gotten what flavor I'm going to get out of those. You can see that color is beautifully brown, golden. This will be lovely for using for making rice, all sorts of things you can use stock for, and you don't necessarily have to have meat with it. This makes it a little bit more versatile because you don't necessarily want to put pork or chicken and everything else. And chicken for everything else. The chicken still needs, I would say at a minimum, another 3 hours. I'm probably going to give it 4. And I've got a whole pork butt in the oven roasting. Along with a crock of beans. I took some navy beans. I just got canned beans, so I didn't really need to cook the beans as far as cooking the beans. But we're cooking the beans along with a little bourbon, little maple syrup, some onions, some jalapeno, some garlic, some spice on top of that, and some of my home cured bacon. And so that's in the oven just cooking away. There was I added a cube of frozen pork stock and about a cup of water along with that, and it's in a crock with a lid, but it is by far not sealed. And I am going for that crisp skin. What I'm going to be doing is I'm following along the lines of Kenji Alt Lopez, who suggests roasting it for 8 hours at 250, which is what I'm doing, which is going to give us that lovely meat. It's going to loosen and cook all that fat on top. And then we're going to take it out. I'm going to let it rest on the counter for a few minutes, let it cool down, and then we're going to blast it in an oven at 500 degrees to take that fat on the outside that is now rendered but still has somewhat of a structure to it, and immediately just poof it up with all that heat and get it nice and crisp. That is the plan. Let's see, what do I got back here that I can use? I don't think that's usable. Ooh, it feels good back here next to the air conditioner. Huh. Don't know that I have really any usable glassware for this. Is that one permanently scarred? Let's see if this is actually permanently scarred or... if it's maybe usable. Absolutely unsure what I got caked in the bottom of this jar. Can't even get my hand in there. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work for this. That's going to need a little more attention. I don't think I have any projects in the fridge I can get rid of. Hey, Stinky. I'm working on finding a container here for sauerkraut. I'm going to use this container that I had been using for some old cake flour. Let's give this a shot. Alright, we'll give that a moment to cool down. And let's take this away for the moment. We'll go back to working on our coleslaw. Kirby drinks tea. Or blazing tree. Matchstick carrots. Yeah, we got a couple strays, huh? They're pretty much disconnected. Nice, Stinky. I think I'm going to save the third carrot. Whoopsie. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm not 100% sure where I have it hidden. I don't think it's there. Where else would I have that hidden? I only have one global. It's a Tournay knife. Pork tacos and mango salsa. Yummy. Yeah, I've talked about those boxes before. I sort of feel like they're selling you the fish instead of proper method to cook at home. Like, basically they're taking away the pantry away from people that are using these, in that, you know, you're not able to freewheel and do all the other things that a normal kitchen can if you're just relying off of these deliveries. Bun Bun's the best knife is the best knife for you because it's entire. There's so many things to consider when. I mean, it seems simple. It's a knife. It's sharp. It cuts things. But when it comes down to personal preference, especially someone who's using it professionally, there are so many different things that you consider, and certain things that work for some people and don't work for others. Like, I don't like necessarily hugely long chef knives. I'm not going to pull out a 12, 14, 16-inch chef knife. I sort of like my knives actually on a little bit on the lighter side, even though I'm still more of a European steel than Japanese steel kind of guy. I sort of like light German. But then I go ahead and put a 20% or 20 degree edge on all my knives. And there's other things like what type of a hilt is on there, how you crunch up on a knife, whether you're someone that stays on the handle or you choke up on a knife like I do. The length of your arm, how heavy the knife it is. I was saying I sort of like them on a lighter end. A lot of the old school chefs used to like those big heavy knives because when you're here chopping a lot, the heft of the knife does the work for you. Yeah, I mean, I have a. It's not here, but I have among them. You know, like that's not exactly pricey knife. But I've got a even cheaper one that's a paring knife that is molded plastic, sheeted like sheet metal that's been sharpened. Let's go to war. Victory. King Nefarious and Tina getting those kills and assists. Honorable mention to Uncle Stinky and Hazeltari for assists. Uncle Stinky, Hazeltari, and Bun Buns getting the scrolls. Congrats to them. Boss defeated. One map down. Alright, let's see here. We got a blue chest. We got a loyalty scroll chest. Gold chest. I think I'm going to go for that blue and that silver chest. I think the center. We got two of them here. Yeah, we're going to take this center row here. Not even going to put it up to a vote this time. And we go for that. Let's go to this one. And then we'll go down. Alright, so seasoned with some celery seed there, salt, pepper, MSG. And now we need to make up somewhat of a mayo for this. And I'm thinking I'm going to cheat because I have mayo in the house. I was thinking of making a mayo for this. I just don't know that my arm's up to that tonight. Hey, Celadon. Welcome in. I'm Jason. I cook here on Twitch 4 nights a week. But today, since it's my 3rd stream anniversary, I'm pulling a long stream. Just cleaned this off the other day. Culinary Institute of America. Fine, lay on your side. Nope, not quite. There's also the Food and Drink Institute. Or Food and Beverage Institute. Though the Food and Beverage Institute is a video series available at the Culinary Institute of America. They're essentially got honey mayo there. Equivalent of essentially what I think of when I think of coleslaw dressing. Trying to think what else I can throw into this. Do a little powdered mustard. And let's give it a little punch with a little vinegar of some sort. Apple cider sounds boring. Let's do a little sherry. I do have limes. I have limes on the counter right here. They're hidden behind the bowl here. Thank you for the follow. It's looking pretty good. I'm alright with that. And as usual, this needs to sit a little while, either chilling or just hanging out. Flavor's gonna meld, sort of like just about any salad, to be honest. So we'll set this off to the side and hang out until we're ready for the rest of dinner. Yeah, they're convenient. They work well. I think they're a wonderful addition if they're an addition to your home cooking. I think they might be a good intro for some people beginning to cook, but I think again it's giving you the fish without the rod. They're not teaching you to develop a pantry, to buy things in bulk. You're buying everything by order, by the way. So yeah. Someone had mentioned, and I think it's a great concept, if there was a business out there that wanted to pair up with a Walmart or an Amazon or something like that and work with people's pantries. I think apple, carrot, and I think duck. But duck is also pricey. We'll let that set. We'll see how that looks in about 3 days after sitting in the fridge. I'm gonna leave it out on here on the counter for a little while though, with the lid not locked. I came across 2 jars that I filled and didn't label, and I haven't had the guts to open them. I'm pretty certain one of them is apple butter. Coleslaw. Alright, where are we with things? I think I'm ready to strain my vegetable stock. Question is, what am I straining it into? Because that is one of my smaller pots. Let's strain it into something larger. I just cleaned this one. I know it's clean. Oh, come here. So we have heavy metal, catching the bones, heavy stuff. And I've got these reversed. And the fine mesh underneath catch the fine stuff. I wouldn't really suggest many people get into the business unless you have some specific niche that you're after. It's a business that's disappearing. It's a job that's disappearing. Because, I mean, as it is now, COVID has pushed it really forward, but we have all these delivery services that have been popping up, and they already, even before the pandemic, were spawning ghost kitchens, which were kitchens operating as multiple fronts online, but are only one actual physical location with only one staff instead of 5. The consolidation is just really massive in the industry right now, and it's not going to get any less. I would suggest that if you are really into food and you really want to do food and you really want to get into it, get into production stuff, get into packaged foods, get into produced foods, get into actual food development, food science. Not so much, I mean, the idea of the line cook is they're using robots as much as they can. We'll let that drain a little while. I actually started in information, and I was at a community college. I wasn't in a major university for it. But there was just so much junk that I was going to have to research in order to even get to where I already was in knowledge. I was already doing web pages. I was already doing basic VB script and basic VB stuff. And I was going to have to take like a year or two of school just to even get with the stuff that was going outdated. And I moved on from that to networking. Basically got my CCNA without taking the certification itself. Went through and then eventually found myself in culinary and just loved it. Time spent in the kitchen just disappeared to me. I thought it would be a wonderful job for myself. And it has been. Yeah, I don't like any of these. Well, above and beyond them killing a lot of restaurants and killing a lot of business, and on top of these whole ghost kitchens, we're now moving to this. A lot of these people graduating from culinary school, I mean, the ones that had their head on realized, they weren't the 1%. We're going to end up in a bar or a restaurant where they get a couple specials. They can maybe mess around and toy around with stuff and play things, and the rest of it's just repeat ad nauseum. And now we're going to this system where we're having celebrities come up with meals, or it's sort of like I've been sort of describing it as the next version of merch, where you have your own restaurant concept. And so they're now taking that special or two from the cooks that have done the work to be there and do that to some personality who doesn't even really know what they're doing in most cases. Yeah, they're just a reincarnation of the old Vine ones. Except now they're watched by China. So now I can bag this up. Hi, camera. That was warm. I should have had a towel for that. The moment I went to pour it, it turned off on me. Depends on the steak and who's cooking it. In most cases, restaurants, I'll do medium rare. If it's a nice place, and a nice steak, depending on the steak again, I'd probably actually go black and blue. As long as you give me a nice sear, I'm happy. But if we're just eating a CAFO beef, like 90% of restaurants, yeah, just give me a medium well. Medium rare, rare. Sorry. Medium well, ugh. Not usually hazel, unless it's a huge piece. If it's a big ribeye or one of those giant bone-on ridiculous things, you wouldn't really want to put them in an immersion circulator, but it's probably the best way to do them. The sous vide I like sous vide much more for things like short ribs and braised items. The hot tier stuff, I don't think that sous vide does as good of a job. I mean, I'm certain it does an absolutely perfectly accurate version of cooking it, but I don't think doing it in a bag is necessarily the way to do it. Let's go to war. Yeah, he has sort of a cult following that's sort of weird there, Celadon. His restaurant in London, the prices for steaks at his London restaurant, you can literally get on a plane and fly to his original restaurant and eat for less, including the plane flight. Victory. Tina getting the kills. Hostess Masaki with the Sis, Hud, Pioxide, and Hazeltari getting the rewards. We're going down. Loyalty scroll chest. Continue with the warrior. I'm going to put him in the bottom corner over here. We're going to say, no. It's a very different map than the rest of them been in this theme so far. Is Stream Raiders off to the right a little? I'm not sure what you mean, Ozzy. It is slightly cut off on the edge, like you can't see the end of battle here. but there's like a half inch and no info there. Like I can move it over there, but you're not missing much. The idea is I wanted to cut less into the display with my picture here. That's why I moved it over this way. It used to be cut. Well, is it cut off for you, Ozzy? Because it's showing all the units for me. Okay. It did. I need more bags. You stop right there, camera. Okay, now you can go back to following. Okay, how do we go back to this? There. That should be the right one. Old and busted. New hotness. I bet you if you do Stream Raiders, it'll go back to the old Stream Raiders setup too. I bet you I doubt I fixed the scene pointing on either of those. I don't think there's enough for another. So, the little leftover veggie stock we got here. Now we're getting into the real fun of making stock, where we get to play kitchen Jenga or kitchen Tetris. Let me put the cutting board back down here. So what I have here is just a bag sealer. So this is the bag sealer, and so it just sort of melts the plastic to seal it closed. I'm not doing this in position you can see it very well, so I'll do a new one way you can see it. As you can see, it's just sort of melted across the top there, so it's locked together. And so before that, I'm just squeezing all the air out of the bag as much as possible. Works on all sorts of bags. Doesn't have to be a bag like this. Like, I've used it to reseal stuff I'm throwing back in the freezer, like if I'm only using half a bag or something. I forget what it costs. I think this is about $75, but I've owned it for probably 10 years now. I don't know what it was originally for sure. I do know that I've bought several replacement covers and electrodes. I don't know if electrode's the right term, but melting thingy. The rest of it's built like a tank. I mean, the cord is the least probably carefully built part into the system. The rest of this is all solid metal. I've had to reinforce the cord and fix it over the years. But again, this was in my mobile kitchen trailer being used to seal stuff. It was bounced around all over the place. I wouldn't be surprised if it's all bent and stuff, even though it's metal. It has sealed without question tens of thousands of bags. Tech savvy, yeah. There's a tool they use to seal just about everything in a supermarket. Coffee place I know of in Santa Rosa uses the exact same thing to seal their bags. It's just got a little bit of a wider melting thing to it. Takes longer to do it. I sort of feel the same way, Bun Buns. Like I said earlier, I took all the courses to get my CCNA for all. There's a good percentage that I could have ended up running cat cable for a job for my life. I did a lot of computer stuff when I was a kid, and actually school is what kicked me out of doing computers. Having to do a bunch of courses and learning a bunch of stuff that I don't think I would have ever used. Trying to remember what it was that they were trying to get us to, that we had to learn before we could get into Visual Basic. We had to take Basic, but there was something even before Basic that we had to learn in order to get into Visual Basic courses at the community college. And it's just like, okay, I'm going to take 2 years at a 2-year college just to get to the stuff that I want to study. And since then, I've sort of, I mean, I had a good decade, 2 decades where I was solely focused on food. Now I'm getting back into tech and streaming and stuff like that, and yeah, sort of lost on some things. Yeah, I would guess the percentage of chefs that could also count in binary is probably a pretty low percentage. These cameras are just so horrid at focusing. Just a bunch of ones and zeros. I think we need some more heat on that chicken. Alright, so these are going to end up staying out for a little while. I need these to cool down to about room temp before I throw them into the chest freezer. What is next? We got another 3.5 hours on our pork and stock and beans. I think it's a bit early to get going on our flatbread. Don't have strawberries. We're halfway there, Bun Buns. No, my back's starting to ache, but...
Team submission.
Thank you, Ozzy. A whiskey and barbecue week. Okay. Ah, we'll do that after a Bun Buns. So we got 2 weeks in a row here. Oh, let's switch that one to the new timing now. Let's see, whiskey and barbecue. It sort of cut off. I'm sorry about that. the heck? Well, I guess the calendar isn't showing right. But there we go, and there you can see it. Friday the 5th through the 11th, we'll be doing whiskey and barbecue. Sounds good to me, Ozzy. And that'll be following the 30th. We'll be finishing up Bourbon's theme. And then starting on the 19th, after years, we'll be going into Catalina's theme. We're doing Polish and Hungarian food for you, Buns. That's actually next week. That's starting on Sunday. That's unfortunately cut off on the bottom here, but the 24th through the 30th. And since we're in this sort of a situation, we do have the vote going on for Wednesday. Yeah! It's almost like sauerkraut fits in with that. Which, just by chance. Woohoo! Yeah, zucchini is, without a doubt, in the lead there. There's a little liquid going on there. Not enough yet, but we're getting there. I think we might be into bourbon tasting time. Let's give these all a quick rinse out. I'm sure they're all perfectly clean. No one ever puts alcohol glasses back away dirty, do they? Ice cream flavors. Caramel, vanilla. I don't necessarily think oak, one of that. Why does it sound like I'm getting such an echo? Why is my board... no, it doesn't look like it's being picked up there. Huh. Anyone else getting much of an echo from my talking? I know I get a little bit of it here and there when I get too close to the mics. Okay. I know when I speak over here, I get it on both. And there can be a slight delay in that, mostly from angle and all that jazz. Distance is traveling to the mic. I didn't even really pay attention to how many bourbons I'm trying here. I think I'm only trying 3. Now let's pick my favorite 3 out of these. Put the other ones back nicely clean. Actually, I sort of like that one better than... Okay, so 3-part tasting tonight. We have, for about $25 a bottle, Buffalo Trace, which is, all 3 of these were made at the same distillery, all made at Buffalo Trace. But this is their sort of catch-all basic bourbon. Let's do our battle. War. Tough battle. I think we got it, though. Victory! Bun Buns. You murderous bunny. And Tina getting those assists for us. Honorable mention to Tina, Illis Preacha, and Suki for your kills. Hazel Tari getting that 200 gold. Bun Bun's getting a couple scrolls. All right, back to bourbon. So the one in the center here is sort of like our baseline. This is going to be, like I said, it's a $25 bottle, $25 bottle. So it's the base. That said, it's probably my favorite bottle of bourbon for the price. For 25 bucks, it's a pretty good bottle. Now getting a bit more rare. And pull out the bottle of E.H. Taylor, which is a small batch bourbon. And it's also bottled in bond, which means 50% alcohol by volume, 100% proof. This, I'm guessing, is much lower. 45. This is 90 proof. It's 45% alcohol. E.H. Taylor can also be credited for the reason that bourbon's still around these days. Again, these are all from the same place. All from the same corner of Kentucky. And lastly, we have Blanton's. Which, this is a single barrel bourbon. Single barrel bourbon. And this is the good stuff. Peel the wax up off of this. And people collect the tops, and there's different. You can spell Blanton's with the letters. And start by smelling the good stuff first. Not getting a ton off of this, getting a bunch of caramel off of it, but that's about it. This is the second one I want to smell. Oh yeah, they've been spending money on getting good ingredients for those packaged meals. Blue Apron actually bought BN Ranch, which, if anyone's familiar with Bill Nyman, Nyman Ranch is regularly stored and sold in stores as a higher level of beef you can find in supermarkets. He sold off that farm. Its level of quality has gone down since he was involved in its operation. He went and then started BN Ranch, made a name as a small rancher that way. And then he sold out to Blue Apron. I suspect that he sold to Blue Apron after the issue here in Sonoma County. We have essentially one meat packing or one slaughterhouse in Sonoma County. It's rare they even have one. And they would handle small farmers. At the time, they would handle small farmers. They got into trouble for things they were doing on days they weren't even handling small farmers. And Bill Nyman, as one of those small farmers, ended up having millions of dollars in loss. At least $500,000. I think it was millions of dollars in loss of beef. Perfectly good slaughtered beef that had in freezers that, because of the laws and the way it's set up, because stuff was slaughtered that shouldn't have been slaughtered on days off, his good beef got a bad name, and he lost a ton of money. He lost a ton of money. And so I suspect that's why he sold the Blue Label. Or Blue Apron, sorry. Please do, Stinky. Gotta support those small butchers, especially, I mean, the laws and stuff just keep getting worse. The case is here in Sonoma, because that plant had issues, that slaughterhouse had issues, it was purchased by someone else, and since then they have closed off small farm access to it. And so the small farms around here are taking their animals upwards of 500 miles to have slaughter. It's rather ridiculous. You wonder why we have environmental issues over. It's a nice, smooth. I'm already pretty used to this. I drink this pretty regularly as far as bourbons. I've had this a couple of times. I've sort of kept it special around my house as sort of a nice bottle that I was keeping around. I think that's going to get replaced by Blanton's now. I don't know. We'll see. I'm getting a lot deeper caramel flavor on this. This is a lot sugarier smelling. Oh yeah, that's like drinking sugar compared to Buffalo Trace. This also has a little bit of a like medicinal note to it. I've noticed in the past. Pretty sure that this one, I'm not sure for sure, but I think this is the one that they do in a metal rickhouse. The other thing is all three of these are probably, I'm not 100% sure if they're the same mash bill, but they're close in mash bill. They only have, I think, 4 mash bills, which means they only have 4 different mixtures of stuff that they're using to make all of their alcohols at that distillery. And I know these two are the same. The question if this one is the same to me. I think this one's got... It's straight bourbon. But the other difference that you can have with this is how it's aged. If you think about a rickhouse or the storage that they have for these where it's stored in barrels, it goes from ground floor or even slightly underground floor to stories high. The stuff that is up at the top is going to be very, very warm. In other words, it's going to penetrate the wood much quicker and much deeper than it will in areas where it's much cooler. And so it matters where in a rick house a barrel is and how long it's been there. And typically the really old whiskeys are the ones that have stayed cool in the lower area for a super long time. Stinky, no, I haven't. I'm interested in it, especially since I know that they're using some creative woods and stuff, and that's sort of their claim to fame. I have family that's in Kentucky, and so I've spent the last couple of years traveling down to visit, and have taken the time while there to visit a wide number of distilleries at this point. And I actually went to Buffalo Trace for the second time this year. Yeah, and I got all sorts of stuff, and I've tried a whole bunch of different bourbons. But you take me out of Kentucky, and I'm sort of lost when it comes to whiskey. There's a little bit of Scotch that I'd like to learn more about. And I think I'd have to take on Scotch before I take on Japanese whiskey, because Japanese whiskey sounds like the evolution from Scotch, not so much American. Just a gorgeous color. It could be that I've been sipping them for a minute here, but this by far seems the smoothest of the three. That's got much more of a harshness or a bite to it. Like, it almost like a new wood bite is the best way I can describe it. This one has a slight of that, a little bit of that same medicinal like note. Oh yeah, as long as you can get past the burn of it, or the Kentucky hug, it is a very lovely drink. You get vanilla, you get wood notes, you get a little pepperiness, a little spice, just great stuff. I mean, we're Americans. We all love corn. We put corn in everything. We make everything out of corn, including our alcohol. Now that sounds more like me with... I actually got questioned if I have this not too long ago. Anyone familiar with what this stuff is? I don't even know how much I have in here. I know I got some left. That is from China, folks. I bought that, or I was given that. It was gifted to me for having my birthday. But yeah, that's some potent stuff. That's a little like drinking what is it, Red Hot? It's not cinnamon, but it's got that same like heat and bite to it that a high cinnamon item does. That would be soju, by the way. That would be essentially rice wine made into hard liquor. So it's the same thing as this, just substituting rice for corn or wheat. Spicy stuff, though. Oh yeah, that's so much smoother. These are very much the same. This has just got so much more of a bite to it. This is like you're drinking this off. Comparing these two, this one's like you're drinking it off of an edge of a piece of wood. Like, it's so much more bitier to it. And this just smells like brown sugar to me now. Now I can't tell which one I like better between these two. Like, there's no question, this one's the cheap one. It's really close between these two. I almost want to say I like this one more. Well, it's like I was saying, Bun Buns. you can have the exact same recipe when it comes to bourbon and have very different outcomes with how you age it, what temperature it aged, how long you age it, what you age it in. And so this all came from one barrel. This bottle here. The bottle in the container over here, the E.H. Taylor, which is this one, is a small batch. Which, small batch is sort of, depends on who's saying it, but it's for whoever's making it, it's a small batch. So it's only a couple barrels, maybe a couple hundred barrels, maybe a couple thousand barrels, but it's a small batch compared to this stuff, which is their main stuff, which is thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bottles that have been barrels that have been blended to make that bottle. So this is more about mass producing a single flavor, whereas this is about that one perfect barrel in the warehouse, and this is the nicer barrels that we think we can package separately. Now, I also think that this is aged in a different type of warehouse or rickhouse than these two, which would obviously affect how it ages and matures. A lot of what's going on with bourbon these days is a lot of it's actually moving to Texas, and there's a whole lot of hard liquor being produced in Texas right now. I think it's partly because of the boom in population in Texas right now, and everything in Texas needs to make everything their own. But the real thing that's working there is how hot it gets in Texas. Kentucky has the mountains. They have very much more controlled temperate climate versus Texas, where you're up and down like a roller coaster throughout the year. And so it's gonna work to make you a hard liquor much quicker. Is it a better bourbon? Is it a better whiskey? I sort of doubt that myself, but it'll be quicker and cheaper. So like this will be, they'll make this, they'll make all of them in Texas, but this is really what they should be shooting for if they're making alcohol in Texas, is make a lot of it and make it simple and we back to bubbling back here yet? I turned the heat up a while ago on this. Take a quick look at our stove here. See what we got going on in our oven. Yep, there's still pork in there. What else are we doing in the meantime? I got about an hour to kill here, folks. That we have a battle in 4 minutes. Bourbon glaze over pork. Oh, we already got our glaze on there. We already got our sugar, our salt, our pepper, our garlic, and our mustard on there. I snuck some bourbon into French toast. So the E.H. Taylor is sweeter and maybe a slight bit smoother than the Bland's. But I think the Bland's has more flavor and more depth to it. So I think that's justified that it's a better separate bottle. No, E.H. Taylor. Colonel E.H. Taylor. Oops. Can't see that there. There we go. A founding father in modern bourbon industry, Colonel Edmund Hayes Taylor Jr. left an indelible legacy. His dedication to distilling began at the close of the Civil War when he purchased OFC Distillery, also known as Buffalo Trace. There he developed innovative techniques that are still in use today. So he's a former owner of Buffalo Trace. It does say that these are all from warehouses that he developed during his time there, which does mean something because Buffalo Trace keeps expanding. So in other words, this is only coming from certain warehouses that are already existing. And I do think it means that it's in different warehouses than these two. Very sweet on the start of that. Like, it's like drinking candy at the beginning until the heat hits you. It's syrupy, it coats the mouth. We believe this is the finest bottle of whiskey ever produced, affording you extra flavor, bouquet, and character. Sort of funny when this is stored in the same warehouse as Pliny. Or not as Pliny's beer. It's Pappy. I think that gets a special spot on top shelf. It's my top shelf liquor. Are those chickens with frying pans? Victory. Tina getting those kills and assists. Just carrying us all. Suki getting the scroll. Some goodies for Chef. Char quests. All right. So I actually think I'm going to take another break here, since we have nothing but a little time to kill. We got everything roasting in the oven. We got the chicken stock still cooking. We got another almost 3 hours until that's all done its thing. We got about an hour here where I'm just sort of killing time. We'll start in about an hour here. I'm going to do the flatbreads and start the kneading for that. And we will leave it there. I will see you folks in about 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the management of this theater takes great pleasure in making this announcement. To each lady attending this theater each week, will receive absolutely free a fascinating 12-piece kitchen cutlery set, 1 piece each time. It is really interesting and amazing to know how you can prepare your meals in an appetizing and pleasing manner. There's an old saying, and a true one, that what is pleasing to the eye is bound to be pleasing to the appetite. I'm going to demonstrate this set to you, and I want you to watch it very closely. The first cutter that I'm going to show you, now this first one is known as the Parisian cutter. Wind it through the potato like a corkscrew. When the cutter appears on the opposite side, pull the cutter out. Place the handle in the center and twist it out. This is what they call a French curl. When you fry these, they come out like donuts, nice and brown. Serve them with your steaks or pot roast them. Unwind it, there's 2 curls out of the 1 potato. Tomorrow morning for breakfast, wind a little strip of bacon around the potato and serve them with bacon and eggs. They're delicious. Different colored vegetables, wind them together and you get the 2 colors. Here's a little trick cut. Split the curl halfway through the center. If you're making a shrimp salad and you happen to run short of shrimp, mix these in with the regular shrimp. On my word, you couldn't tell the difference until you started to eat 'em. Now, the rest of the potato, you stuff it. We'll call this a little chicken. We'll call this here some hamburger. You might have a little meat that's been laying in the ice box for a few days. Chop the meat up fine, season it highly, stuff it into the center of the potato and bake them with the skins on. When they're done, cut them in two. Serve them on the half shell just like that. Serve them in slices when company calls. The more company you have, the thinner you cut the slices. If your mother-in-law calls, give her a beef piece like that. Now, the second tool in the set is known as the garnishing knife. Everything you cut with this must come out fancy. Watch this, please. You cut down, you turn the potato, and then you cut through the edge. First one way, and then the other. Sweet potatoes cut like this, drop them into a little batter of pancake flour and fry them. When they're golden brown, sprinkle molasses on them. Serve them with strips of bacon for breakfast while they're delicious. Here's beets, you pickle them, and carrots, you steam or cream them. In making the original French fried potato, cut them in thick slices. Put them one on top of each other. Cross-cut the slices, and you'll never eat a French fry any other way. The potatoes cut like this will not absorb the fat because they're garnished around. Pineapples cut for your pineapple and cheese salad, cut them the same way. Here is one, and this is a dandy. Cuts any thickness or any size. Open it for a thick slice, close to the top for a thin slice. Saratoga chips, you can make them for 3 or 4 pennies a pound. Just pull the blade towards you like this. If you want the slices thicker than this, open the blade, there's a thick slice. Shoestrings for your Friday fish dinner, cut them down like this. Chop them up for your vegetable soup. What this knife is really intended for is for cutting the cabbage. You know the old-fashioned board, how you rip and tear, sometimes nipping the ends off your fingers. Lay it flat and pull it lightly towards you over the cabbage. The weight of the knife across the cabbage is all that's necessary. Why, ladies, when you get slaw cut as fine as this, you'll certainly appreciate eating it. The crowning feature of the set is the cutter that I'm going to show you now. This is known as the Champion Vegetable Mincing Knife and Noodle Cutter. Now, when you want to make some real fine noodles at home, you roll the dough out like this. Dip this into a little flour so it doesn't stick to the dough, and as you roll it over the dough, that will cut the noodles in long strips, 10 at a time. Did you ever try to chop up a little nuts for cake? Why, I've seen ladies chop nuts and the nuts land up on the ceiling. Sometimes you chop the ends off your fingers. When you want to chop up a little nuts for cake, cooked meat, clams for chowder, soup greens to throw into your soup, making a little pepper or chicken hash is just a few strokes rolling it up and down. Why, here is without a doubt the meanest thing in the world to cut parsley. Put that in a grinder, you really grind it too fine. This machine, instead of crushing the parsley, cuts it quick, clean, and dry, leaving every bit of the juice and every bit of the flavor. Now, to clean this machine, you press the button. Rinse it out in a little water. When you're through using it, hang it up and let it dry. Here's one here that every lady should have in her home, known as the Parisian scoop. You lay it flat, once to the right, once to the left. When you scoop them out, you'll get a perfect round little ball. You can pot roast these, cut them out of cheese or cut them out of butter. When you're serving a fruit cocktail in the summertime, take your fresh cantaloupe, scoop them out like this, mix them with apples, pears, and watermelons, makes a delicious fruit cocktail served with a little cracked ice like you see here. But here is a tool, ladies, if you ever do get it, you'll thank the day you've seen this demonstration. When you press, it locks. It's like a pair of human hands. Reach in the oven and take the biscuits out of the oven. Ever take the hot potatoes out of the oven and burn yourself on the elbow? A roast chicken out of the oven, a piece of meat out of the pot, spinach, asparagus out of the water, why around canning season when you're preserving the fruits, to take the hot fruit jars out of the water like that, that machine is worth dollars to you. And here's another one that I really know you'll enjoy having in your kitchen, known as the safety grater. No doubt you're familiar with the old-fashioned grater. I've seen ladies take a grater and rip the knuckles off. When you want to grate up potatoes for delicious potato pancakes, this has a smooth, flat edge, impossible to cut yourself. Just like you were washing clothes, you rub it up and down, and you really grate your vegetables real fine, retaining all the flavors and all the juices. Breadcrumbs for when you're serving veal cutlets or anything like that. You want a little breadcrumbs to fry your fish in? Why, there's the greatest proposition in the world. Use that for coconut, cheese, or horseradish. When you're through with it, just hit it down like that. That knocks all the food out. Rinse it out in a little water and hang it up and let it dry. Now, here is a stone made of carborundum and sapphire quartz, which is made purposely to keep these knives sharp. When they get dull, a few strokes over the edge like this, and you can put a keen cutting edge on it. If you have a dull knife or a dull pair of scissors, an old sickle or a scythe, a lawnmower, cleaver, an axe, there's a tool that will really put an edge on the knife, so the knife will really cut for you. I just want to give you an idea of how sharp that knife really is when you sharpen it with that stone. Ladies, I've seen some of you try to open up cans. Now, there's a can of Campbell's baked beans. I've seen ladies open up a can and you poke a hole in it, go round the top, hippity-hop, and your finger slips. Let me show you a real proposition. Look, lay it on the can, lift up the safety, and turn the key. That locks itself on the can. No harder than you were winding up your watch. Wind up the key and that'll cut the top off of the can slick and smooth. Notice how the end raises itself up in the air so you can lift the lid off, giving you a clean, smooth edge. Now that can be used for sardine cans, square cans or round cans, exactly the same way. Now this tool here, my dear friends, needs no introduction. This will save you on an average of $20 to $30 every year you use it as a peeling knife. Here's a grater for cheese, coconut, or horseradish, a fish scaler for scaling your fish, and when you're coring your apple, it's just a slight twist of the wrist, and there's the apple core. There's one more tool that I want you to see, and I want you to watch this one very closely. Many a times when you're baking a pie, you have a pudding in the oven. I've seen ladies wrap a towel around your hand, and many a times you burn your fingers. Hook this onto the pot like this and lift the hot pots off the top of the stove. You've got a pie pan in the oven. Catch a hold of the pie pan like this. Why, you couldn't get it off with a team of horses. This will positively lift 100 pounds. There's a pail of water weighs 50 or 60 pounds. That's the way you pick it up. But there's one more tool. I'll be all through and I'll be finished. Oh, now the next tool and the last one is what they call the Sarah Bernhardt cutter. This was invented by the head chef of the Imperial Hotel in the city of Berlin, Germany. You place the screw into the center of the vegetable. Twist the vegetable until the threads catch a hold, then you wind this up. You keep winding until you utilize the whole potato. The faster you turn, the quicker the slices. Why, ladies, here's a machine for slicing onions. The first onion that you slice with this cutter, you'll bless the day you've got a hold of it. Every slice cut exactly the same thickness. Every slice cut the same size. In making what they call a rosette, pull the vegetable out like this. Pin the ends together with a toothpick. Drop that potato into the hot fat and fry it. That will come out like a donut, golden brown. If you're serving a nice fish dinner, a little parsley goes in the center with the fish all around it, makes a very appetizing dish. Did you ever try to slice onions with a knife? You know how you get one thick slice and one thin slice? Run the knife through the center. That will separate each slice individual. Almost like magic, there is every slice cut exactly the same thickness and the same size. Wouldn't you like to have a set like this in your kitchen? Why, of course you would. Now don't forget, attend this theater every week and receive this 12-piece fascinating...
Hello. So our stock's back to bubbling. We need some music playing. I think I need some more water. Not overly exciting, but it is accurate. So I think we're going to do a little cleanup time here next and knock out a little bit of this action over here. How you doing, Bun Buns? Just hanging in there. Hope you're not causing too much trouble. I doubt you are. Good bun. The good, the ugly, and the good, the bad, and the ugly bun. Quoting movie. Hopefully I'm not offending someone by saying that. Hey, the Mind to Z, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. We're hanging out. We got stuffs in the ovens. We got stuff on the stove. We got coleslaw. And we got other plans, but it's too early to start them. Got some sauerkraut. Got some veg stock that I've already finished bagging and sealing. I think the next step for this is probably throwing it in this chest freezer, but that isn't going to be very pretty for stream. I now remember that. Let's see, what else can I do before that? I can clean you. Where are you going to vacation? Vacation sounds fun. I'm gonna throw all these in the freezer, which is not gonna be fun with this camera, so we're going to go to a full stove view. And we're gonna turn off the main view just for the moment. If only you could see what's there. Oh, jeez. I've made a mess of my freezer. I didn't make an oopsie. I just have a freezer full of stuff and it's completely disorganized. I.e. a mess. So the stock's away. So we've now done officially 2 hours on our chicken stock. Or 6 hours on our chicken stock, not 2 hours. 6 hours. I'm going to give that another hour before I worry about cooling that down to strain it. Normally you want at least 6 hours on this. I think this got a little time when it was too cool. And so I want to give it a little more time than just 6 hours. You're welcome to do longer than 6 hours. It's not going to give you much benefit, but you're welcome to do it. You're welcome to waste the gas. I'm not getting rid of all of the veg, but the vast majority of it just went in the trash from the veg stock. But granted that we're down to our last hour here. We can add some other goodies. We can add some other goodies. I don't have room for them in there right now. the tops to our fennel, the tops to our leeks, all of those heavy green items that we're worried about, the chlorophyll being too bitter. Well, we're just going to give them the last little bit of time here so it's not going to get too bitter. Now is when we make use of all those parsley stems too. Maybe save that parsley for another day, but the rest of that's going in the pot. We got a battle ready. I'll get to that in just a moment. Then I don't have any sprigs of thyme. We can add some freeze-dried thyme in there. If I had some bay leaves, I would have added a bay leaf much earlier in this. But we could have added a bay leaf in with this. Alright, to war. Uh-oh. My tank's about to die. Oh wow, I actually made it through him. Awesome. Let's see if our range can take off the other ranged. Looking pretty good. I think we got it. Victory. Illis Preacher getting them kills. Tina DD helping us out with the assist. Nerdtet getting the kills for us there as well. Honorable mention. Suki getting the scrolls. Onto a blue unknown chest. Oh, it looks like we should just start up here. Let's start up at the top this time. I don't see the twerking, Bun Buns. Where's this twerking enemy? He's just shifting back and forth, unless you're talking about someone else here. I mean, he's only moving like 2 pixels. There's a pig chef. Worst part of stock is the cleanup. It is big pots you got to clean up. So I'm trying my best to keep up with the cleanup tonight. I do too. I sort of wish I had a dishwasher, other than myself. I'll drink to that, Bun Buns. You want to focus, camera? Please? Focus. Stop. There we go, camera. I should probably turn that off today. That's on during its normal startup before stream right now. Oh well, I'll just leave it on. It's just for today. No, I don't know if you have or not, Bun Buns, but I appreciate you mentioning it. I'm always trying to fight the clown antics of most IRL Twitch. I want to involve chat. I want to, you know, allow them to, you know, interact with the stream. But at the same time, I'm not interested in sitting here doing funny voices or wearing a hat for 50 cents, sort of a thing. Kind of like a teal. I've always sort of been about the blues, the reds, the primaries. And now that I'm getting older, I'm actually liking a lot more of the earth tones. So like everything I own is like red and blue. But now I'm looking at like oranges and browns and not quite yellows and like I've decided that I like the way that orange looks on me, even though I very rarely wear orange. I've decided that I like orange the way it looks on me. You mentioned neons. I've been sort of toying with the idea. I want to get one of those. I want to make one of those LED neon signs. In other words, a faux neon sign, but made with LEDs. I sort of want to do that to replace my chalkboard behind the counter. It may be a minute before I get to that. Lavender and a blue-gray. I've always been a fan of the, like, steel blue, like the River Rock blue, as I think of it. Those really dark, metallic blues. Need that to start boiling again. Bubbling again. I need to update my slideshow. There's some beauties there. There's some nice old dinners that I've done, but it's all feeling a little outdated to me now. Like, that all feels like that was over a year ago to me now. I don't know what I was necessarily going to do for it. I have a couple ideas, but at the same time, I don't know if I really want to get into that. That's a lot of work for something specific for this place. And yeah, I don't know if I can tolerate living here another couple of years. I'm going to have to move. That board has actually lasted me 2 hours in that, or 2 years in that design. I've redone that board 3 times now. I did it once for when I first started streaming. I did it when I redid it when I started with Mixer. And then I redid it again after Mixer died. I'm just thankful that I didn't put Instagram on there the last time I did it. I put Twitter on there still. Oopsies. Let's do some squats while we're waiting, chat. Oh, wow. That is not working well in these jeans. That's alright. Camera's not looking at me anyways. It didn't count any of those. What are you doing, camera? Are you confused where I am? Okay, this ain't working. Yeah, over here, camera. What you got to drink, Bun Buns? What's available? I think you should make some tea and add some juice to it. Possibly with milk. Do have a lazy bubble going there. I'm getting an occasional one there, occasional one here. Non-response makes me think that that wasn't a good suggestion for you. Maybe just bubbly water then. But I'm not Mr. Bubbly Water. I'm not... I don't even know how you say that stuff. I forget the name of the brand that everyone drinks. St. Croix or something like that. That's true. Tonic. Well, excuse you, Drain. So you're saying the juice mix is really just like ascorbic acid? Why does it have to be a Mexican train killer? We have a racist bot? better. Seven minutes on Stream Raiders. Another 30 minutes on our chicken stock. 40 minutes on our chicken stock. Certainly. It's not exactly wonderful to drink. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily tasty, but you can drink it. Actually, I take that back. You might have to chew it. But you consume it. You can consume it. I've mentioned before the people on NoPixel have been doing this whole Milky Mountain thing where it's Mountain Dew and milk. I can't do that with root beer. Root beer, like, I want like a proper old school thick mug frosted root beer float if I'm getting root beer. Like anything less than that is like, it's not worth my time. We're all weird. We're just weird in different ways. I'm putting my salad in the fridge. Another 5 minutes and the alarm's gonna go off again. Morning, Catalina. Welcome in. I've been streaming for a while. Hope you had a good evening. Good sleep. Now I'm wondering if that was this saying it's dying soon? Or is it my earbud saying it's dying soon? We'll find out soon enough. Either my earbud or my lav mic are due to die soon. Well, Catalina, we've made the start to some sauerkraut. Got a little bit of liquid there. Made some coleslaw that I just threw in the refrigerator. We've got vegetable stock that I already made, bagged, sealed, and put in the freezer. So we got a batch of vegetable stock already finished. We got our chicken stock here with another 30 minutes or so to go on it. And down here in the oven, we have a crock with beans and a very big hunk of meat that's been sitting there roasting for a while. It's a roasting. And the lava lamp's on because it's programmed to be on at this time normally because... Stop. Thank you, Catalina. Actually, it's a butt. It's absolutely a butt. I keep switching between shoulder and butt and saying it's shoulder or butt, but it is a butt. The shoulder has the little bit of the pig arm sticking out of it, and this is just the straight top shoulder piece. There's my second beep. Something's about to die. I don't know what it is. Yep, and now we have the top stat bar that disappears. It only shows up every now and then depending on what's going on in chat or in the stream. When people do things like that, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And we also have, if you type !past, a previous stream slideshow that'll pop up that plays for about 2 minutes. Sort of the same thing that I had going up in the top corner over there beforehand. Nice, Catalina. But it's time to go to war. I just realized that the check-ins were not showing the high there. That is under channel points. That would be why it's not showing. There, that's fixed. Alright, to war. To war. Got rid of the big guy. We gonna survive the rest? Doesn't look like it. No. Boo. You gotta retry the... mystery blue chest. I'm not Bun Buns. But I have been hearing other things this evening that have been, like, I've been hearing echoes of my voice here and there. Uh-oh, Bun Buns. Oopsies. I think we're starting to pick up a little steam once again here, but we had died out there when I was sort of hanging out and just chilling, waiting for some things to cook. We're still sort of waiting for things to cook. We still got a little time out there before we get to dealing with yeast bread or straining the stock. It's been fixed, Catalina, so now it should only charge you 1 sprinkle to join. Which is equivalent to 1 minute of view time. And we got Hazeltari hanging out with us. I'm tasting some very nice bourbon. I've already gone through my glass of E.H. Taylor. I'm working on finishing my glass of Blanton's. And I'm sort of leaving Buffalo Trace for after I don't care about what it tastes like. Bun Bun's trying to buy a mass number of tickets. This is my first time opening and trying my bottle of Blanton's. And so I thought I'd try it with several other from the same distillery to give a idea of what I thought and what I liked of them. I ended up coming out of the tasting liking E.H. Taylor a lot more than I did before, Colonel E.H. Taylor. I thought it was a little bit too medicinal before going into this today. And this is... Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for that raid, Eat It Dads. Thank you for joining in. Hopefully you're all having a lovely evening. I'm doing a 12-hour stream. I normally start around this time, actually. What time is it here? I normally start in about 9 minutes. I stream 4 nights a week. And this is my 3-year Streamiversary, so I'm doing a stupid long cooking stream. Thank you for that resub, Trigger Happy. Welcome back. How you doing this evening? So we got chicken stock on the stove. I've already made, finished, packaged, and am freezing a batch of roasted vegetable stock. I've also made a small batch of sauerkraut for the future. So this is salted and going to be hanging out. I'm going to throw this in the fridge in a little bit, but leave it out for a while for right now. We got our chicken stock. Down here on the stove, in the oven, we have, in our 250 degree oven, full pork butt and a crock of beans. So we're doing old school style baked beans. They're going to be getting a full 6 to 8 hours of bake time. That pork butt's going to be getting 8 hours of roasting at 250. And then I'm going to pull it out and we're going to sear it afterward. Well, actually, we're going to take a look at it. It's looking pretty nice and crispy as it is. Normally, you want to throw it in there for a while at 500 to crisp up that skin, get that super crisp skin. That is the plan, but we'll see if we actually need to. And I'm going to make some yeast flatbread. We got some coleslaw that's in the fridge. And I'm tasting a bunch of different bourbons. What were we doing tonight? Eat It Dads? Where are we all coming back from? Where are we all coming from? A new perfume for introverts. Why don't you send some of that to me? That sounds perfect for my lifestyle. Is bot broke? What, did bot not work? Let's see if me doing it does anything. Nope. It's just not listening to either of us right now. It's probably going to give Catalina 500 sprinkles now. Thank you. That's the new addition both in the stream and in real life. Lava lamps turn on for subs, resubs, bits, all that good jazz. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the bot, Ozzy. It's timing out for something. It's waiting for something. Let's hope that wasn't it. See, that worked now. I'm not sure what it's stuck on, Ozzy. I just heard myself. That's what it is. I'm down here. I'm hearing myself off of that mic. I don't think it gave you any of those sprinkles, to be honest, Catalina. You're still only about 1,500, and I think you've gotten some from stuff since you last spent some of those. And it's continuing with other things, which is really confusing to me. Like, it's working for some things and not for others. Thank you for that raid, Eat It Dads. I hope you enjoy. I hope you have some great food. I didn't quite catch what you made, but I hope it's tasty. Well, the thing is, Catalina, is all of these things are being... You see, there we go. Now we're getting it. It's catching up now. I gotta go and delete points from Catalina now, but... It's timing out on certain things and not others. It's sort of weird. We all love Bata Cuisine. Almost overflowing here. Why don't we make some yeast bread while we're waiting? We got some people in chat hanging out here now. Is that a Red Wings cup you see? I don't know, maybe. Is it? Is it? However, could someone born in the Midwest be a Red Wings fan? I certainly hope that Eiserman does wonderful things to revitalize this team. As it stands right now, it's pretty rough right now. But... I lost most of my faith in the team around the time that Holland was playing games with Hossa. I never know how to properly pronounce his name. But I sort of feel around that time, and really everything he did since, he should have been gone. It was time for Holland to say bye-bye, and he stayed around longer than he needed to be. The one non-California team you cheer for. thank you so much for hanging out with me, Hazeltari. I hope you enjoy your time in Spain. And thank you for hanging out. Glad to see you in chat again. Sleep well. Well, that's the third beep from something dying. I don't know what it is, but something's not happy. Something wants more of a battery. There it goes. Cool. So now I have to use this earbud. I'm surprised that the mic hasn't cut out. This is supposed to have like 4 hours to it. I have 2 of them as far as broadcasting. What else am I throwing in these lovely things? Little pinch of salt, sugar there, in with the yeast. The real answer is I'm not much of a sports fan, but growing up, there was certainly the Red Wings, and lately I had a little bit of kick of F1. I've sort of stopped watching F1 because I didn't like the way last year turned out. So I haven't been doing much with Formula 1. I've actually been watching a little bit more with the Red Wings. I was watching stuff with the draft. I'm actually curious to see. I'm actually very hopeful that Eiserman turns this team around. It sounds like he's pulling back up. There we go. Cut out at the same time. Perfect. I mean, could I plan that even better with my equipment? To have both my earbuds and my lav mic last the same amount of time? That's like brilliant. We'll add some salt in with our flour, and then I'm going to add a bunch of Italian herb mix. Exactly, Bun Buns. Exactly. Give the yeast just a little minute to warm up and wake up. You want to add some more sugar in here, you want to add some honey, you want to add some butter, you want to add some cream or dairy. All things that you can do to change this up and make it a little bit more white breadish. We're gonna be doing flatbread with this. Yes, I'm gonna be using yeast to make flatbread. But I'm making flatbread tonight, Bun Buns. Relatively simple, just gonna pan sear them. We'll get them proofing, and we'll wait for them to proof while we're straining the chicken. You prefer buns. Why does that not surprise me? Buns prefer buns. That's a sizzling a bit, but I'm okay with that. You just bubble. This is obviously alive and kicking. It's not hugely active yet, but it's awake. I was wondering if everyone was chat was thinking of Sir Mix-a-Lot lyrics. It isn't derailing chat. I don't think that anyone really but the streamer can derail chat, to be honest. We have so much control over what's being said and done. Aside from the 1 in 1,000 in the massive chat rooms. If I only knew what you have done. What have you done, Bun Buns? Should I be looking at the Discord? Oh, at this point, Catalina, I think he's skipped a couple of generations. Like, we have several generations of Big Buck fans now. I'm just wondering what happens when there's no more milkshakes. Lamb fillets. I want a lamb fillet. Bring me food, Ozzy. Woohoo, Ozzy. Leveling up in chat. What's up, Bun Buns? Now for flatbread, I don't think we need to work it too much. I think I'm okay with that. That's certainly where I would stop. Isn't where I would stop if I was doing dinner rolls or something with more of a skin to it. But since we're just rolling that out, not even worrying about it leavening much, we'll just stop right there. I am going to oil the pan a little bit. So we'll just allow that to hang out. Doesn't mean you take care of the beans. To a degree, yeah, Catalina. Boy. See if we can do it this time. This is weird hearing in my other ear. I'm used to hearing my voice in this ear. Oh, good. We got rid of the twerking dude quick. Victory. Victory. If we can get in those kills, I do see what you mean, Ozzy. It does sort of cut off the side there. Like, I don't want to cut that off. But at the same time, I don't want to cut too into... We'll see how that is for a little while. So... The can... Bacon? Getting the assist. HUD getting that gold. Nice pick up there. Tina getting the scroll. Ozzy getting the scroll. I get a lemon pie rogue. Lemon pie rogue. Sugar silver badge. Gold. Take a quick look at the quests. Didn't look like we had anything new there. Nope. Army's still looking good. On to the next. Why did I put a rogue? No, I don't want a rogue. I want my warrior out here. But going back to a conversation me and Bun Buns were having a while ago about curdled milk, there's actually a shot called a blowjob that has curdled milk as a part of the shot. Bun Buns was saying that she has the weird system of adding milk to her root beer, and it curdles in her root beer. That's not my ideal idea of a root beer float, but to each their own. Thank you, Ozzy. Beat me to it. Welcome in Dinner with Mom. How you doing this evening? Happy to see you in. Hopefully your own dinners have been going well lately. Wait, what time is it? We still wait? Oh, we can start in on our chicken stock. Awesome. I know some bad ones, Bun Buns. Don't test me. But I think we can start in on our stock now. So I will do that. What am I going to use to do that with, though? You look like a good candidate. So we're just straining, going from one side to the other here. And yes, there's some fennel in my stock. I'll just put it this way, Catalina. I haven't gotten into telling you about shots with Parmesan cheese yet. Thank you for that tip. 36 what? Thank you, Nan Reader. That's my second big tip today. Thank you. Hey, Twitch's new system, this stream alone is a payout. Well, thank you, Nan Reader. Certain you've been around here for many of them. Cheers to that. We'll keep quiet about that being the cheap bourbon. Ooh, that's warm. We're gonna let that sit there to cool down for a minute. Let's see here. Let's see how good or bad I'm doing here. 36 times 4 times, well, I've done 3 streams for the most of it. 432. We're pretty much on track. I need to improve Chad's view here, though. It was a bit warm to hold, but we can get it out of the way, though. I think chat's probably more interested how beautiful this stock is looking than the veggies underneath it. So we'll turn that so you can see the stock underneath there in some form if I can. Same process as with the veg. Doing 3 cups in a bag. Which is roughly 1.5 pounds. Carrot and chicken soup. My waffles were my French toast was lovely for brunch. Looking forward to that pork tonight, though. Thank you, Kata. It's almost like I ran a business selling chicken stock before. Believe me, I learned by trial and error when it came to the bags. I've certainly lost bags on the counter. I've lost whole batches of stock to the floor. Mobile kitchen, full batch of stock traveling back to the commissary, and someone forgets to lock the refrigerator door so it stays closed. That happened a couple times. It's really fun realizing after you cleaned up the kitchen and took it back to the commissary to do some final wrap up the evening, that you get to clean the whole kitchen again. That's really fun. And it's not like I really have anyone to blame either. I mean, it's my trailer. I mean, yeah, I have employees that are supposed to keep track of those things at times, or have had employees that were supposed to be in charge of that. Still my fault. Well, I purposely undersalt my stock, Catalina, because if you oversalt your stock and then you want to do a reduction sauce or anything like that, you're going to end up with something too salty. I'm too easy on my employees. I'm very much a, this is what I need you to get done. You get it done, I'm okay with you. I'm too easy on them at the same time, though, Catalina. You need to be a certain level of asshole in order to be a successful boss. And I just don't think I qualify for being that much of an asshole. It's just a reality. That said, to be running a guild in WoW, in any MMORPG, you're basically working for free. You're enjoying it, but you're working for free. Yes, please, Blizzard, give me another time sink. I gotta refresh my memory on WoW foods if I'm gonna be doing a week of WoW foods here next month. Now see, I can be a incredible jackass. Asshole. I am not surprised at that at all. Actually, I think, what's her name? Can't remember her name right now. She's a partner Twitch streamer in the food and drink who does a whole bunch of WoW stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if she has a book. Miss Molly does some WoW stuff too, but she isn't who I think of when I think of WoW. She does a whole bunch of game stuff, Miss Molly. Lula Fail? Lula... Is she streaming right now? Nope. I'm not remembering her name, I apologize to her, but there is a streamer that is primarily food-based, does some gaming stuff, obviously plays WoW, has done a whole bunch of WoW food. And I'm spacing on her name. There's a streamer on Twitch that did a cookbook for Destiny, too. And then you have other streamers that I don't mention because I went to college with them and they ignore me, so I ignore them. in the freezer, I would say it's good for 6 months. You can use it up to a year. And I toss it after that. I generally only really keep it in the freezer, so I don't really have guidelines for leaving it in the fridge. My general guideline is a week, but this one here, this will maybe last me 6 months. This is a pretty good batch. Speaking of that, I have stock in my freezer that I should get rid of, but I have some goat stock that I made at home that's successfully stayed in the freezer here for 2 to 3 years without being used. You want it, Bun Buns? It's 2 or 3 years old. Actually, it's probably 3 years old. You paying for shipping? Because that is a possibility, but got a little bit left for I don't know what. I'm gonna really enjoy it when the stream is over and I can actually feel cool once again. Like, temperature-wise. I was planning in the past to wood burn this thing back here. I haven't gotten around to it. I haven't had anyone redeem it. But I was planning on making a Hall of Fame board of chat viewers. Because it's a nice cutting board, but it was never properly finished. I made it myself, but I never had a proper place that I could plane it perfectly flat. And there's too many joints, and the joints are too loose and all of that loveliness. Welcome in, Not Now. We're working on bagging up a batch of chicken stock right now that I started beginning of the stream. Got chicken stock. I already did a roasted vegetable stock that's in the freezer. It's actually been in the freezer for like an hour now. We got some bread proofing over here. This is already proofed enough that I can probably move on with that. And I got a pork butt in the oven roasting. I got a crock of beans roasting in the oven. I made some coleslaw earlier. Made some sauerkraut for later. $57 units. Wowzers. Whoa. Nice, not now. I got a little pork stock in the fridge, and as I was saying, I got some really old lamb and goat stock that I should get rid of. Regular dude chicken stock, about every 3 to 6 months. Don't often make veggie stock. That was sort of an extra thing for today. Tina just carrying us all. Wow. Suki helping out with those assists, but Tina's just carrying the team. Victory. What you using it to make now? HUD, Tina, and SoCal Aussie getting those goodies. Thank you for the follow. You sound like me when the cameras aren't on. I have no idea what I have in this house. I'll put something together. For anyone that wasn't following along earlier, what I'm doing right now with each of these bags is they all have a built-in Ziploc on them. And so I'm using the Ziploc to trap out most of the air out of them. And then this bad boy over here is melting the top of the plastic together so that it is sealed together and doesn't leak anywhere. No, it was on a little high. So I know you're moving. A month or so ago, someone put out a request for food for someone who needed it, along with other things. I donated like 6 bags of our pantry freezer food that we wouldn't be taken along. That's nice of you, Catalina. Well, here's hoping your meal plan that you're surviving on for your last couple of weeks isn't a subscription. This was 5 to 6 carcasses. What I typically do is I buy whole chickens. I don't buy the parts. I don't buy like breasts. I occasionally do, but generally I buy whole birds and butcher them. And then the carcasses and the wings, I'll throw in a bag and I'll just toss them in the freezer. And at some point I'll get back to it. Come back to making stock. Catalina. Supposed to stay in my earbud. Well, it's good that you're not leaving it continued then, Catalina. I'm laughing, but this is exactly the sort of thing that I would do myself. Hey, Bun Buns, I haven't ate since I had French toast. I'm okay. This is my OG original first playlist for the stream. For chicken, you only really need to do 6. This got closer to 7. For beef, I would do longer. Beef, I would do at least 8 hours. Veal, I would do at least 8 hours. Yeah, but I had the roasted chicken bones, I had the roasted veg. It didn't start off immediately at the beginning of the stream. The day is the 8th, isn't it? Now Ozzy's really confused. Hey, Super Ted, welcome in. We'll let these chill out over here. Come down to room temp. As I wonder why my earbud will stick in one ear but not the other when they're the same size settings. I can't really show my chest freezer easily, but you can see very little bit of white down there in the top bottom corner of the stream. That's where my chest freezer is. It's essentially between me and you right now, but it's over there. But it's your typical chest freezer. It's counter height. You open up the top and it's a giant cavity in there. Punch down time. Actually, do I want to clean up stuff before I punch stuff down? Let's punch it down. Can't ever go wrong with the demi-gloss. It's a pain in the ass to make, but problem with Bernays is it doesn't stay well. It's not good for service. It's great for a plated dish that you're serving. But if you're trying to do a buffet, you're trying to do a... Yeah. I can ball this all right. I was worried about it sticking too much. I can tell you how you can make it for 100 people without assistance. It involves a 600 hotel pan and an old school mixer. And maybe voiding the warranty by putting the mixer in the water. Probably voiding the warranty. I think for 100 people, for a large group like that, you're probably looking for just an au jus or just a basic meat sauce. Like, you want something to get everything wet. And yeah, maybe just a thickened beef stock, just a mushroom sauce. You don't have to be too fancy with that, because the sauce, I mean, make the sauce flavorful, but don't make it like, you know, a star of the show, because it's the sauce. People aren't going to notice it. People are going to notice that you're serving a nice cut of meat. They're going to notice your veggies are colorful. But the sauce, just make sure it tastes good. Ha ha ha. Dad joke. Nice. And even if you don't want to go as complicated as a full-blown au jus or a full-blown demi-glace, do a red eye. You know, do some coffee in there. Do something so that it's not a gazillion hours of waiting for something to reduce. Throw a little Marmite or Vegemite in there and act like you cooked it forever. Yeah, Vegemite or Marmite is not really a thing here. Those lightsaber-like sounds are me popping bubbles in this with my roller. I feel like this is the song from... Oh, geez, and now I'm going to forget his name. The Fox Doctor dude from like a decade ago. This song reminds me so much of the theme song from his thing, minus the theme song. House. This is like the theme song to House without the theme song. Here thinks that everything in Australia wants to kill you. Even the locals. Oh, so everything in Sydney wants to kill you. Or the Outback. Daddy Longlegs. Daddy Longlegs are incredibly venomous and very deadly if only they could break human skin. Ozzy's wiggling. Everyone get up and stretch. Move those shoulders that don't want to move. Dead. I'm sorry, my man. It is a late one for you. Hopefully you don't got anything important. I give that a little longer. Make sure it cooks all the way through. Cool. Du hast mich? I'm an American. It's the only song of theirs that I know. That does sound like fun. I wish I had gotten to go out to the concert that I wanted to go to in February. Darn COVID. Is it? Is it bashing America? And no, Super Ted, I don't. I know the one Duhas song because that was all over the world for a while there. I am shocked and appalled. How dare they? Oh, I've definitely heard about their shows, Catalina. Yeah, their shows are, from what I've heard, are ridiculous. It does seem like we're having a bit of a revival of the... I don't know, maybe it's other things going on in the world. But it does seem like we seem to be having quite a revival of the whole heavy metal... I'm not really putting Rammstein in that group, but they're close enough. Like, there's going to be another Ozfest. Ozzy's putting in another album. It does seem like there's been quite a revival in at least rock, if not, like, for lack of a better term for it. I didn't want to classify them. I didn't want to classify really any of them, but... Looking over at the clock, I'm like, I still got 3 hours and I'm finishing up the bread? How? Victory. Mika getting them kills. Illis Preacher helping us out with this. Sis Suki with an honorable mention for kills. Tina getting the gold. Catalina getting the scroll. Congrats to them. Let's start in bottom corner of the top. And we'll see what pops up over time. I was definitely metalhead when I was junior high into high school. Then I started getting into electric. Then I started getting into jam bands in college. I say electric, mostly house, but a little techno, a little now I'm back to mostly liking house and generic rock. So that was the timer. That means things are done. That means things are done. That means we get to look at some beans. We'll leave the pork for a minute. Well, let's see if we have a burnt mess in here. Let's see what we got for beans. I'm sort of curious to see what we got here. I'm a little worried. Those are looking tasty. I was a little worried that they're going to be too dried out, but those are just looking deliciousness. Got all those bits of bacon in there. Got the jalapeno and onion and garlic in there and all the seasoning. The bourbon, the maple syrup. And the smell is quite amazing too, by the way. The remake of the Munsters. Haven't they had enough of those? Like, it seems like every 5 years we have a new Munsters movie. Cheers, folks. Uh-oh, I upset Bun Buns. Oh, wait, we got some pork to show off here, too. Maybe I should take that out of the oven, too. Maybe people want to see that. Even though it's not quite done. We're still going to send this back in for a little while. It's okay. It's okay, chat. You can stare at my butt. I'll let you. This just the once. Oh, we're not there yet, Catalina. We still gotta give it its final crunch. Like, we've broken down all of this lovely fat here. We haven't made it crunchy yet. We do have a little crunch here where the sugar and salt and all that is, but that's just the very surface of it. The next step here is taking that fat to the next level. Oopsies. Like, I can give you a little of that. But we need to put that in there and let that, we need to increase the oven temp to 500. But you can see it best over here, where we've created the like bubbles in the fat. We've created, we've drained the structure of the fat, and it's still sitting there, but we gotta crisp it. Throw 3 of these in the small fridge. The rest of these are going in that chest freezer. Once they actually cool down, they're all still so hot. So we got two types of... Actually, I'm almost tempted to save this. We'll use it with dinner tonight. Oh, I got the arugula instead. Let's use the arugula instead. Let's save this. I'm going to use this for making little handheld tacos or lettuce leaf tacos. I was considering using it with this. I've already got the yeast flatbread, so I might as well use some of this arugula I've got kicking around in the fridge still instead. Fixing things from the overlays. Still. San Choi Bao. Definition needed for San Choi Bao. Sounds sort of similar to, I've done this before in the style of Momofuku. And Momofuku does one like a pork butt with lettuce wraps. They do it with Korean, what's that fermented hot sauce they use in everything in Korea? Gochujang. And the bean paste that often goes along with that, and I forget what else they put in those. Yeah, someone mentions bao and I think of a steam bun too. Bun buns heard buns. Well, we got our flatbread now. We got everything done. Can I just end stream now? You know, Bun Buns, that doesn't sound like a horrible plan. I could use a couple-minute break. It's been a while. It's been a couple hours since I took a break. I'm gonna go sit down for 10 minutes. We need our oven coming up to a full proper 500 degrees. It says it's there. I don't trust it though. We got most everything working along here. So, I think I'm going to take a little AFK here and sit down and rest my back. Maybe take some aspirin. Actually, I can't take aspirin. I've been drinking, but... So I will see all of your lovely faces here in about 10 minutes. 10, 15, something like that.
And move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender, quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
And now, from the popular comic strip Peanuts, here are Charlie Brown and his friend.
Why, thank you, Charlie Brown. Thank you, Charlie Brown. What's the occasion? Has Charlie Brown had another baby sister? No. Ford has new economy twins. So he's passing out chocolate cigars to everyone. Everyone? Yes, everyone.
You bet your boots, everyone. 'Cause it's just like they said. We've got something big to celebrate. And here it is, Ford's Economy Twins for 1960. The economy choice of a lifetime. Oh, I'll bet you've never seen a prettier twosome than this. There's the new size Ford, the Falcon. And next to it, the large economy size Ford, the Fairlane 500. You know, the 60 Fords were featured in the recent issue of Vogue magazine. And when you run your eyes over the elegant good looks of this Fairlane 500, it's sure easy to see why Vogue says Ford means a fashion success. And all this all-new beauty is yours for an all-new price. That's right. This roomier, more luxurious Fairlane 500 is actually priced a whopping $142 less than last year. And as for this pretty Falcon over here, well, just wait till you check its price sticker. It's America's lowest priced 6-passenger car. In fact, it's priced up to $124 less than the other compact cars. Look them over in your Ford dealer showroom. 2 new Fords, 2 wonderful new ways to go the finest. Ford's economy twins for $19.60.
Here's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
Stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself. Make party spreads, great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
Hey, kids, look what's new. A brand new cereal just for you. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package. See? Inside, delicious, crispy, crinkly stars. And outside, a real storybook. All about Twinkles, the magic elephant. See him fly with his rotor tail. Watch him do tricks with his magic trunk. Meet Twinkle's friends, Fulton the inventor, Sanford the parrot, Wilbur the monkey, and more. Read all about their adventures on every storybook package of Twinkles. And wait till you taste those golden little stars, filled with the goodness of energy oats and corn. Remember, only Twinkles has the storybook package. Just tear the magic line and your storybook opens. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package.
Everybody needs energy-packed Sunbeam bread. Yes, it's all aboard for fun in the park, but Junior hasn't got energy enough for fun. He'd sure like to ride that horse. Hey, what's this? An energy-packed Sunbeam sandwich. You bet every delicious slice of Sunbeam bread sure does pack a big energy wallop. There's nothing like Sunbeam Energy to help you stay on the beam. Now, look at them go. On Sunbeam Energy, they sure do enjoy life. Everybody needs the kind of real zip and zing pep that delicious Sunbeam bread gives you. Yes, stay on the beam with energy-packed Sunbeam bread. All day long, eat Sunbeam bread and renew energy as you burn it up. Eat delicious Sunbeam bread.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
There's no other box of facial tissues like this. Scotty's new Magic Oval box. Only Scotty's give you tissues that float up gently, one at a time, and come out in neat handfuls, too, because there's a Magic Oval inside every new Scotty's box. Only Scotty's Magic Oval can give you tissues that float up, smooth and easy. No tugging, no tearing, no extra tissues tagging along. And Scotty's Magic Oval does even more. It lets you reach in for tissues by the handful, all neatly folded, just right for pocket or purse. Scotty's new Magic Oval box is pretty, too. And inside, soft, strong, sneeze-proof Scotties. Remember, for tissues that float up smoothly and come out in neatly folded handfuls, look for Scotty's pretty new Magic Oval box, the only one of its kind.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy, ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open, simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
Off into space. Man, that takes real teamwork. And here's a team of junior spacemen with an out-of-this-world breakfast that teams up V8 juice and Cheerios for flavor and energy. What a treat! A flavorful glassful of refreshing V8 juice and Cheerios with power protein, plus vitamin B1 for go power. And now, here's a special out-of-this-world free offer. This Moon Rocket Kit, both a toy and an exciting game. First, blast off. It separates in midair and lands 2 spacemen on a moon map. You get this wonderful game only through this free offer. Send your name and address and 1 V8 label plus 1 box top from these specially marked packages of Cheerios, Kix, or Frostios to Moon Rocket Kit, Mount Vernon 10, New York. Get Campbell's V8 cocktail vegetable juice with any one of these Big G cereals.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices.
Welcome back, everyone, to war. Thank you, Catalina. I've been trying to find new ones, but the source that I found all those old ones at, I've sort of ran the well dry. Nice, Ozzy. Everything has changed, whether the ingredients have changed, or they've changed so much stuff since I was a kid. Victory. Victory. Had Mama Bear getting them kills. Furball Mika helping us out with the assists. Honorable mention to Super Ted for killing. Catalina getting the gold. Jason getting the hiccups. And Ozzy getting the scrolls. Yeah, I was a bit lost on that one too, Ozzy. Why isn't the music restarted? Oh, because it's muted. That's why I can't hear the music, because I muted it. I'm putting the warrior up over here. And we'll see what we get there in 30 minutes. In the meantime, over here in Food World, we're going to put this pork shoulder back in that 500-degree oven. Actually, minus a rack. Let that cool down a minute and let that heat back up again. This back here heat up again. Okay. Beans are still steaming. The bottom of this pork just looks gorgeous. Like the roasted bottom part to it. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's throw this back down in the oven. Get some crispy top to it. Start a timer for 10 minutes there. We'll do 10 minutes there, and then I will reevaluate. Last time I did this, I think I spent too much time at high temp. And so I want to give it a little less time this time. But let's remain ready to pull that back out. We got room in this freezer, so let's throw some in here. I don't want to completely overwhelm that chest freezer. This chest freezer is not really designed to be cooling down anything. Not that this one really is. But it'll do a better job of it. And these will go on the chest treatment. You want to name the song? How long does the pork need resting? It actually doesn't need much time resting at all. It did need about 15 minutes to rest after I took it out last time before we blast it with the heat. You could leave it out for a couple hours after roasting it before you give it its final sear. But after this, it's not going to need really any time at all. It's not like we're doing... The reason you rest things is you're letting temperature equalize in the roast or the cut that you're cooking. Like in many cases, you throw in the oven if it's a high heat thing, or if you're searing it on the stove, it's a high heat thing. You've got excessive heat buildup on the outsides, and you need to wait for that to equalize with the center. This has been in the oven all day, so I would hope it's equalized in temperature by this point. So it shouldn't need really any resting at all. Catalina been wearing fake clothes all this time. Hey Maz, welcome in. I've been streaming a while. Just a little. Just a little. I might actually end up a little bit early here because I don't think we're going to quite make it to 12. But I'm going to make myself a nice plate here and we're going to at least make it 11 and a half. Chicken stock. Done, bagged. Half of it chilling and freezing. Veg stock. Done, bagged, freezing. Pork in the oven. Our beans are looking gorgeous. We got coleslaw in the fridge. We've got flatbread. What else did I do today? We got sauerkraut for the future. It's been a long day. And I say that, I mean, I look at what I've done today, and on one hand, it doesn't seem very impressive for being a day's work. At the same time, realizing the time. I mean, I could do more, but I don't really have the facilities. Like, I had the whole oven going today. You love beans, Bun Buns? Bun Buns just loves food. Magical fruit. It's the magical fruit. Elfie! Thank you for that raid. Yeah, we're done with roasting this. I don't want to give this any more time. Welcome in, Raiders. I greatly appreciate you hanging out with me. But I'm pulling out my pork butt that's been in the oven for 8+ hours. And I just pulled it out of a 500-degree oven where I was crisping the top, getting some final color on everything. That's why we got the smoke going on with the oil in the bottom. But this pork shoulder, or pork butt, same part of the animal anyways. 8 hours at 250 degrees, and just now about 7 minutes at 500 just to get that little bit of color, a little bit of crispness on the skin. And the boiling of the oil. But that's beside the point. Welcome in, Raiders. What were we doing today, Elfie? Thank you for giving me that raid. Hi, everyone. I've been online for a little while now. I know your typical video game streamers do 8-10 hour streams. Cooking streams, that's a little bit different. Tonight, during today's stream, I have done chicken stock, start to finish. It's in bags, ready to go. I've done vegetable stock, start to finish. That's in the freezer. I've got a small batch of sauerkraut. I've got a giant batch of coleslaw in the fridge. We got our pork. And we got beans. These beans did a good 6-7 hours of time in the oven as well. With maple syrup, bourbon, onions, jalapeno, garlic, and what else is in there? My home cured bacon. And lastly, we made some yeast flatbread that I'm going to use for eating with this pork a little bit. Awesome, Elfie. Flocking made some grass tufts, embellishing my microphone with some crystals and nice. All right, so I think I can finally turn everything off on this oven. Make sure everything is off. Off. Everything's turning off. Thank you for the follow. Got 17 minutes until Stream Raiders. What am I going to do to keep everyone entertained? Oh, I figured, Catalina. I just thought it was fun to picture someone wearing fake clothes. Fun buns. We're getting close to 1,000. Where are we at? 976? Is that up to date? Seems like I've been in the 970s forever. I guess I just keep losing and gaining people at the same time. Wiggle dance. Actually, I think you do. Yeah, you should Buns, the bot's just being uncooperative. Do more squats? No thank you. I would if it wasn't for the fact that I've been standing here and sweating for like 10 hours. I'm more than capable of doing the squats. Whether my clothes are capable of staying on while I do them, I don't know about that. Thank you, Will Poker. Greatly appreciate you hanging out in chat. Tell people about my bourbon tasting. We can talk about how I got drunk earlier, yeah. Not really, I got a little happy though. I went and tried 3 different bourbons today, earlier on. All from the same distillery. All from Buffalo Trace Distillery. One of them being, obviously, Buffalo Trace, which is a good $25 bottle. It's one of my favorite cheaper end bottles. And I also paired that with E.H. Taylor, which is a small batch bourbon from the same distillery. And then I also paired that and compared it with my bottle of Blanton's, which is a single barrel bourbon whiskey from the same distillery, which is fun because I've tried all of these. I've tried them independently. The tastings that they do at distilleries are very much cultured and very much designed to, you know, make sales for them. Like, they do certain ones in a certain pattern, and this gave me a try of the 3 different ones of my own basis, on my own scenario. And yeah, I like the expensive ones. I'm a little up there whether I liked Blanton's more than Colonel E.H. Taylor. I do think Blanton's had more depth to it, but I think E.H. Taylor was maybe a bit sweeter, a bit smoother, a bit easier drinker. Just all around delicious. Both the Blanton's and the E.H. Taylor have a little bit of a medicinal type note to them. So that's a little bit slightly off from most other bourbons that I've had, but it's not horrible. And obviously I like them better than the basic. You forgot about an emote? It's your own emote, isn't it? Let's see what we got here. Well, actually, let's take a photo of what we got here first. I think that'll work. I can live with that. I can live with that. I mean, do I even need to cut this? Can I cut it with the side of my knife? Don't really want all the excess fat, but that's certainly good flavor we want in there. You see, if you just burn it right off, you just cook it for another 8 hours. A little fresh arugula. Now, do I put them on the same plate, or I think we're probably better off with separate bowls here. Starting with those lovely beans from earlier. I think I could have left a little liquid out of that. But those are looking, these are smelling amazing. Like, those smell amazing. And like, I want to drink this liquid from the way that smells. Then, of course, we can't forget the coleslaw. Two minutes on Streamiversary. Thank you, Dinner with Mom. Give our first shots on our coleslaw. I'll admit to being a little bit of a coleslaw junkie. I can make a decent coleslaw. That is damn good. These beans, I just want to... Oh yeah. Those just melt. Oh wow. I don't think I've had beans like this, so where they just melt. Like, there's some other stuff that's still giving some texture there. But I've never had beans that just, like, it's almost like they're pretending to be solid there. They're so creamy. I'll make you wait on the pork. Victory. Victory. HUD getting those kills. Catalina helping out with the assists. Not a lot of kills to be happening, though. Super Ted and Bun Bun's getting the scrolls. Congrats to you. Do we do one more battle? I think we do one more battle. We finish out this map. We finish out this map. We finish out this kitchen. We finish out this stream with a proper full 12 hours like promised. We're done with food, but that doesn't mean we can't still hang out. I'm gonna put my guy right there. And that way we all build up here and move that way. We don't have much underneath us, so we're not too worried about that. What the heck is this guy? %70 damage versus armored. Ouch. The worst craving for refried beans. I can't say that I've ever craved refried beans. Like, I've craved Mexican food that has refried beans. I don't think I've ever had a craving just for refried beans. Let's give this pork a shot with the arugula and our homemade bread. I don't really have much of a sauce or anything on this, but let's give it a shot with it just dry. Not too shabby. A little worried that the bread is too much. Like, there's too much bread there for what I've got. Arugula goes along fine. In fact, I don't even hardly notice it. It blends sort of right in with the pork. That or the pork just outright overwhelms it. I can definitely taste the pork. Let's see if I can't clean up this kitchen a bit before we call it a night. Could there be a wine pairing with this? I'd rather pair it with bourbon, but there certainly could be a wine pairing with this. But the thing with wine pairings is you can do... I don't know that I have one in particular that I'd be like, that goes with this. Which is really what you're seeking when someone asks for wine pairing, because there are some wines and some foods that just go perfectly together. And they're so rare to find that... So, I would have a variety of wines I would happily suggest someone to try along with this. But I don't have one of those perfect combos for with this. If you get what I mean. Bourbon's just yummy. I mean, how can you go wrong with vanilla and caramel and all the various notes that are used to with bourbon? We got any suggestions for... I don't know where I was going with that sentence. But feel free to make suggestions. Feel free to add them into the Discord. Feel free to use the point redemption and make your own suggestions for future streams. If you have lots and lots and lots of sprinkles. And we do still have our weekly vote going on in the Discord, which Bun Buns is reminding me to hype up here. We have everyone voting for zucchini this week. So it's looking like on Wednesday, I'm going to have to use zucchini to make dinner and dessert. Because that's what happens here on Wednesdays. Chat votes on things and I have to use them. But I'm okay with zucchini beating bay scallops. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Looks like chat's been pretty active here. We got all sorts of stuff going on here in the Discord. We got food pictures from Ozzy. We got Elfie with their microphone stand. That's hilarious. Ozzy's got a new clip of me from earlier. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Zucchini bread is amazing. And I probably have to make it if I got zucchini as an ingredient, even though I wouldn't count it as one of the major, I would do it as third or fourth dish. Yeah, zucchini, I mean, it's perfect time for it to get posted too. I mean, we're like peak of summer. This is, we're like just beginning to be the point where everyone who's growing zucchini is just giving it to anyone that'll take it. For a second there, I thought someone was actually talking about building a patio until I realized it was a dad joke. Is this the third or fourth time I've cleaned this cutting board on stream today? It's at least 3. That's a disaster for later. That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary. You know what's really funny? Even with all that food sitting there in front of me and me hardly eating today, I'm not hungry, folks. That's the beauty. That's why I'm standing in a kitchen right now. Because this is the only place in the world I have ever been where I can stand in front of food and be like, yeah, I've been cooking all day, I'm just not hungry. I'll be famished for that in like an hour, though. Don't get me wrong. That's getting eaten. My body just needs to decompress and come out of kitchen mode. It is sort of strange how that works, too. Like, they just discovered recently, and they think they're going to be able to make medicines off of it. When you exercise, your body actively makes you less hungry. And they've isolated what does that. And that's just in the last couple of weeks, by the way, folks. Anyone looking in medicine world. So now we're going to have a whole new fleet of lose weight drugs. I love this brush too, but I only really sparingly use it because it's not really intended to be used this way. It's one of those brushes that's not intended to last forever. It is an OXO baby brush. It's intended for cleaning baby bottles. Welcome in, Yessie. Thank you for popping in. We're just hanging out. I've done most of my cooking for the evening. I made 2 batches of stock. I made sauerkraut. We did some slow roasted beans. We did a whole pork shoulder. Made some fresh cabbage, fresh coleslaw, some flatbread. Been busy. But I did want to make it a full stream. Make my full 12-hour promise. So I'm cleaning up the kitchen while chatting and answering anyone's interesting questions. Oh yeah, I drank a bunch of bourbon earlier. See, this is the brush I was supposed to be using, Bun Buns. The other one's just for inside bottles. It's the only reason I have it. And because it's not going to last well. That's all I'm reserving it for. By lasting well, I mean, it's a decent product, it's decently built, but it's also designed for someone who's going to use it for a couple of months because they have an infant and then move on to something. And for anyone that hasn't been in chat in a while, we got a new layout. I got rid of all the overlays, we changed things up, cleaned everything up. Now you have to say commands or do things in order to get things to show on stream. Like, we still have the slideshow, we still have the stats that show up, but they show up more like when we get a raid or that fun stuff. Poke, poke. I can imagine that, Bun Buns. I would not miss those days myself. But then again, I'm I'm the dude you give a kid to, and I'm just like, well, now what? I'm usually pretty good at entertaining them when they're at a distance. But the whole dealing with them and caring for them. Is that the third time that's fallen out tonight? Music, where are you? There you go. What are you doing, camera? Get over here, cat. Silly camera. Ooh, we got flies coming around. Food must still smell good. Only 3 teachers. Like, I would have anticipated like 1 for 16. Like, I don't know. Different Catalina. The cat. Ozzy had a name for my cat. I don't remember what it was. Apparently neither does Ozzy. Mr. Wiggles. That sounds like something Ozzy would name it. I'm just loading up this freezer with stock. Okay, who's got the party hair redone? Armageddon. Little excess chicken stock. I don't think that'll be missed inside with those beans. There is no question that I'm doing something with the liquid from those beans, by the way, folks. I may not do it on stream, but at the minimum, that's going to be some rice liquid right there. But there's all sorts of things that could use that. We can turn it into soup. Turn it into a bean smoothie, but that isn't really my thing. Bun Bun seems to be all about them, though. I'm going to take the lid off of that and make sure it cools. That's still quite warm. Let's see how warm that still is. Let's see if it's over 100. Oh, it's below 120 now. So we only got 4 hours. Wiggle time. Wiggle time. Wiggle time. Wiggle time. I'm now finally starting to cool down to the point where this is starting to look attractive. Still not quite there, but we're getting a lot closer. I think these limes are going in the fridge now. Someone recommended I use lime zest earlier, and I didn't do that. Please note that I didn't do that. I wasn't just killing your suggestion for killing it. It was, I had already thought of the vinegar and put the vinegar in there. And the lime with the vinegar didn't really work in my mind. So hopefully I didn't turn anyone off with that. I don't even know if they're still around. It's been hours. So I do have a question for chat. Do you prefer my quotes or my captions that I have here? Or would you prefer that I have, like, there's one of those add-ons that Twitch has that allows you to turn it on or off. If you have a preference on that, let me know in the Discord. Welcome in, Gaia. Thank you. Appreciate that. We made all sorts of lovely food today. We're just sort of wrapping things up at this point. I'm sort of hanging out and cleaning up stuff around the kitchen and chatting. We've done 2 batches of stock today, both a chicken and a roasted vegetable stock. I did a whole pork shoulder, which is there on flatbread, also made today, with some arugula. We have a coleslaw made from scratch. We have baked beans that saw 6 to 7 hours in the oven in my crock, which are just delicious. We have some sauerkraut for future foods. What else did we have? Yeah, lots of food. I drank a bunch of bourbon earlier, too. Late? Nah. You're here. Everyone's got schedules. Everyone's got things. I got to see some people today that I haven't seen in ages because their schedules changed or... Well, mine hasn't changed, but their schedules changed or they moved or... So that was a lot of fun. Get to see some people that I haven't seen in chat for a minute. Multitasking. That's good. Getting shit done. Ah, no worries. You need an ice pack. That's a lot more important than watching me fool around in the kitchen. But I appreciate you being here. Story of my life. Well, I have some idea how I've ruined some of them, but sorry to hear that because I know that pain. That is not a fun time. And I hope you're feeling better for that soon. Well, I appreciate that, Gaia. And I sincerely hope that you're feeling better. Let's see here. How are we looking on things? 3 minutes. That's good. Ice packs never really been my thing. I know that everyone's like, ice packs, what you need to do. I just always go to my heat pad. And, yeah. The exact opposite. Oh yeah, showers are like necessary. Like 2-3 times a day when your back's bothering you. You can get in there and let that just loosen everything up. You can do a little of that action. Between that and laying in bed with your knees up so your back actually lays flat. Don't pay attention to that yawning. Don't pay attention to that. I'll probably sleep well, yeah. I'm not really all that tired. I mean, I'm tired because I've been standing here in the one same sort of area sort of a thing. It's not so much that I'm really all that tired. You have work at 9. You're East. Oh, yeah, you're Ohio. You said you're Ohio. Oh, there's a vegetation fire in Sonoma. It's not threatening anything, so. Woohoo! Last minute healer. Gonna save the day. Whoa. Victory! Victory! We won. Ozzy getting them kills. Tina helping out with the assists. Tenta helping out with the assists there too. Honorable mention for doing that. Tina, Bun Buns, and Ozzy all getting the final rewards of the evening. Boss defeated. Nice, Gaia. Thank you. And we're going to leave it there for Sunday as far as Stream Raiders. Let's see who's out there who we can say hello to this evening. I don't even know what I'm doing on Sunday and Monday. Like, I had tentative plans for reusing the rest of this pork up for other things. But I gotta do Polish and food. I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat pork shoulder with Polish food. So, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's going to be something Polish. Because Bun Bun's made that as her redemption, which I'm happy to do. But it does throw a little bit of a question into what I'm actually doing here soon. But that's the fun of it too for me. I mean, it seems a little awkward, but it puts me, it forces me to keep innovating, keep trying new things, keep changing things up, because otherwise I'm going to be a stick in the mud. Pierogies are delicious, and I don't know that have I done pierogies on, have I done pierogies on stream? Like, I want to say yes, but I also want to say no, too. I don't know if I've done pierogies on stream. I sort of want to say that I have. Because they're sort of along the same lines of gnocchi. They're like a gnocchi dough, but they're more of a dumpling than a pasta. Borscht, I'm gonna leave borscht to the Ukrainians. Oh, I'm sure there's a Polish version of borscht. But recently with the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, they both tried to claim borscht, and Ukraine was given international recognition as the place for borscht. Not at all, Ozzy. Not at all. Not at all. Not quite sure what I want to do with that. Not a lot out there. I was sort of hopeful that I can find someone to raid with so many lovely people hanging out with me tonight. I think I've got an idea, Bun Buns. I don't need a suggestion tonight, but I appreciate it. Actually, I take that back. I'll take a suggestion if anyone's got one out there. The person I was going to raid is... I'm not huge on doing games for raids. I would love to find some more music, some more art. Nice poll. Ozzy got a suggestion? Get this one last refresh. See if there's anything else out there. Oh, we can go over to him. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a minute. We're gonna go hang out with Colino12, who is a mixologist here on Twitch, who says dolphin a lot. I hope you enjoy hanging out with him. He's a lovely character. I'm gonna go and rest and relax. I'm gonna go and enjoy some food, but I'm gonna rest and relax. I might stop in and say hello, but I'm probably not gonna be very chatty. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out tonight. Thank you for all the subs, the bits, the donos. You guys gave me tons of stuff today. I greatly appreciate you. We got some wonderful raids earlier today. I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope to see you back here on Sunday. And until then, good night. Not quite 12 hours, 9 minutes short. Darn it.
Chef JT, how is it going? Thank you so much for the raid and welcome in, raiders. How's the stream? How's the food? What were you cooking? Check out this clip. Welcome in, Catalina. SoCal Aussie, what's up? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I do gaming streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well as some stream stuff. But also we do cooking on Mondays, trivia on Wednesdays, and now we are also starting our brackets for the top 32 drinks as one of my chat. And whoever Gaia Shield, you have a wonderful Twitch logo. That tree you just threw up there reminds me of some more drinks I saw for a quick second. Fluffy Bun Buns, welcome in as well. These are massive mini dishes due to P&G's 30-year Streamiversary. Let's go! Well, happy 3 years. I typically play Apex Legends. I've played some other games on stream in the past, kind of random things. That was cool. Daily goals get hit, in my training earlier tonight, and so we have daily goals. Reach my 2 drink redemptions. The first one, I get to choose something. It's typically a shot of some sort of liqueur or alcohol, whatever I'm kind of feeling. The second one, chat gets to decide what I do a shot of. They have chosen a Long Island iced tea shot, which is what we're about to make. And then the third one, chat gets to choose